Good afternoon. I'm Mayor John Strickland of the Village of Pinehurst, and this is the regular meeting of July 27th, 2021. Present today are the full membership of the Village Council. On my left, to your right, Councilman Hogelman, Councilman Davis, Councilperson, I should say, Councilperson Drum, and Councilperson Bosch, and our Village Manager, Jeff Sanborn. I'm happy to welcome today all of you here in the room. I understand there will be a number of people listening on our streaming video, and we welcome them to this meeting as well. During the course of the meeting at the end, we will take comments from the public on matters not covered in the public hearings we have today. And if those of you who are listening to this and watching this meeting wish to make comments to the Village Council, you may do so by sending an email to publiccomments, 2 C's, publiccomments@vopnc.org. Those comments will not be read, but they will be circulated to the Village Council after today's meeting. With that, having called the meeting to order, I would move to agenda item number 2, which is invocation from Pastor John Kenyon visiting us today. John, thank you very much.
Thank you for your service to our community, each and every one of you as well. Let's pray. Father in heaven, we invite you to join us during this meeting to guide each of the council members and the mayor and the support staff and others as they discuss and process, make decisions that will impact Pinehurst in the near future, but also the long term. I pray that you would give them a spirit of unity and a spirit of cooperation as they each share different priorities perhaps and bring different gifts to the table, but together the council is so much stronger than any one of them alone. I pray that your spirit might give them a spirit of love and support for one another and towards this community. Help them to see things that may not even be present in any of the reports, any of the surveys. Help them to get a sense of how they can best serve the community. We give you thanks for their hourless time of devotion to this council and to the community. And they are indeed tireless, is what I meant to say, in their service. We give you thanks for that. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend. Please stand and recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. We'll move on into agenda item number 3, which is reports from the village manager and members of the village council. And I'll ask Mr. Sanborn to make his report, please. Jeff?
All right, thank you, John. 2 things that I'd like to comment on. One's a bit of good news, and the other is just a note of caution. So starting with a bit of good news, myself and our fire department chief, Carlton Cole, and our deputy fire department chief, Derek Clouston, appeared before the International Commission on Fire Department Accreditation last Monday, and this was the culmination of a very lengthy process, which included a fairly rigorous peer team visit about a month or 2 ago. And I'm pleased to announce that at the culmination of that meeting, the Fire Commission voted to renew our fire department's accreditation. So congratulations to our fire department and their ongoing dedication to excellence and demonstrated excellence. So that was our good news. The other thing I'd like to comment on from the standpoint of just a little bit of caution out there for all of us is to remind folks that COVID is still out there. We are seeing spikes in the numbers across North Carolina. Fortunately, it doesn't appear that across North Carolina we're seeing a similar spike in deaths. For whatever reason, what's going on right now seems to be less lethal, and that's a good thing. But here within the village of Pinehurst, and particularly within the staff, just in the last week, we've had 2 cases among staff and one among our family member. And I'm trying to recall, but with the 2 staff members, we may have had our first ever case of workplace transmission. So again, it's out there, and I just advise everybody and ask everybody to be appropriately cautious.
Jeff, thank you for both those comments. On the first one, I would just say that it is always good to hear from you on behalf of the staff and the council. We thank you for the expertise and the accreditation shown and the wonderful services we get from our fire department, our police department, and public services, and they all get evaluated in different ways, but we're delighted that we have that high level of service here. And I would certainly echo what you said on the other hand with respect to COVID. A few months ago, we were able to gather together again in person after many months of operating via Zoom, and I hope we don't come back to that, but I know you will be taking all means necessary to protect your staff, and I hope the rest of us do and the population generally. With that, my comments today are these. As we will hear in today's first public hearing, Pinehurst is the home of American golf and soon to be the second headquarters of the United States Golf Association. And boy, volunteer hours over the last couple of weeks with the North and South, the CCNC Junior Amateur of the USGA, and US Kids Golf has really brought our presence in the golf world to everyone's attention. I'm sorry to say, and by doing this, I hopefully get the word out into the community that unfortunately the annual parade of the US Kids Golf is right now. We're about to be a little later, and it prevents the council and other staff members from being present to that. But we welcome the US Kids Golf here last week and this week with their activity with the younger group. And I hope that they have a wonderful time in the village of Pinehurst. With that, I'll call on other members of the council for their reports, and I'll start with Judy Davis, our Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, John. First, I want to say to the USGA and the audience, tremendous coverage on TV on the junior amateur. I think I'd been out there Monday, Tuesday, but it was really wonderful to watch it on TV on Sunday, so really good. And as John said, we've got a lot of golf going on, and it's really brings to all of us what's going on here in our community and how valuable it will be to have the USGA presence in Pinehurst. The other thing, we were at the Tri-Cities meeting this afternoon, Jeff and Kevin and me, and we had a presentation at the airport by the airport manager. And that is quite the little airport out there. If you've never driven by, please do. And their operations for the fiscal year ended June 30th, they had about 30,000 operations. And an operation is a takeoff or a landing. And that's up about 20,000 from not that long ago. So it's a very busy airport. And we have a lot of length in that runway that we can put to greater use and will be over time. So it's a very impressive facility and a really sound manager in that airport. So it was a wonderful opportunity to be there. Thank you.
Kevin, would you like to make your report?
Sure. John and I are representatives on the North Carolina Department of Transportation, and we had a small meeting with them this past week. Very productive meeting. We have a new representative. Really like them. They're really taking serious our needs, and we are preparing for a follow-up meeting to concentrate on Highway 5 and Morganton Road. And we're really excited about, I don't think we've ever had a closer collaboration with the Department of Transportation. Also wanted just to follow up on Judy. I was very impressed with the airport. I have been out there to a plane, but I haven't been in the building. And if you guys haven't seen that asset, I highly recommend you go out there. I mean, their fuel sales were up, I think, 50% this past year. Very successful airport, and I just want everyone to know about that asset. That concludes my report.
Kevin, thank you. Jane Hogeman, please.
And I have nothing.
Lydia?
My VOP, I acknowledge I'm becoming a broken record. This applies to anybody who is within the municipal limits of Pinehurst, whether you live here or not. If you see anything that needs to come to our attention, dead trees, limbs, weeds where they aren't supposed to be, compliance issues, There's a wonderful app you can put on your phone, or it's right there on our homepage. You take a picture, you send it in, right away it becomes a work order. Staff will get back to you about how it's been handled, but anybody within the sound of my voice, you are our eyes and ears. And we count on you to tell us the things that need to be fixed to make this place even better. So thanks, John.
Thank you, Lydia. Having had our council reports, we'll move on to agenda item number 4, which is a motion to approve the consent agenda. These are items of past business that have been reviewed and will be approved at one time. I will ask, however, does any council member have any item in the consent agenda they want to ask about or question or change? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda, please?
I move to approve all the items listed and considered routine on the consent agenda.
Motion by Judy Davis, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Kevin Drum. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. That will take us directly into item number 5, which is a motion to recess the regular meeting and enter into a public hearing. Is there a motion, please?
I move to recess the regular meeting and enter into a public hearing.
There's a motion by Lydia Bosch. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Jane Hogeman. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we'll move into public hearing number 1 of the day, a public hearing on conditional zoning for the USGA facilities. And at this point, I will call on Jeff, and to anything you want to add, or just go with Alex, and then we'll have our applicant come forward.
We can just turn it over to Alex. and
Okay.
We'll get the show on the road.
All right. And eventually, of course, we'll have representatives from our applicant present in front of us here during the public hearing and also for discussion thereafter. Mr. Cameron, proceed.
Thank you, and thank you guys for allowing me to substitute in today for Darren. So public hearing number 1, as you mentioned, is a conditional zoning map amendment request. And this is to propose an amendment from RD Recreation Development District and a portion of H Hotel District to VMU CD, Village Mixed Use Conditional District. And this is for a portion, approximately 6.29 acres, with parcel ID number 000-25800. The property owner is a Resort of Pinehurst, Inc., and the applicant is the USGA, the United States Golf Association, with Bob Kuntz from Kuntz Jones Design representing. The current zoning and land use of the parcel, as mentioned, is largely RD Recreation Development District, with a small portion also being Hotel Development District. And it is currently, of course, the site of Pinehurst Resort facilities, including golf, tennis, pool, clubhouse, meeting space, restaurant and pro shop, and of course, the site nearby of the 34-room lodge with locker room, meeting space, and bar that was recently approved by council. The VMU CD, Village Mixed Use Conditional District, would allow for a second USGA headquarters, which would include a visitor center, museum, and administrative offices with a testing center. I can certify that the public hearing was duly posted, adjacent owners were notified, and the hearing was published. So conditional zoning request, again, we kind of covered the current land use with the Resorts of Pinehurst facilities. Proposed zoning and land use would allow for a visitor center and museum for Golf House Pinehurst with the USGA second headquarters. The visitor center and museum being the smaller building at approximately 15,400 square feet as depicted on the submitted general concept plan. The administrative office building with the testing center for research and development would total approximately 25,100 square feet as depicted on the general concept plan. And this is proposed zoning would still allow for accommodation of all the existing uses on the greater Resort Pinehurst property. So with conditional zoning, there are 2 main parts within our development ordinance. One is the zoning request itself, or the map amendment, and this would be again to Village Mixed Use Conditional District. The second part is review and action on a general concept plan. If the general concept plan is approved with a part of the conditional zoning amendment, it itself does become a site-specific development plan, or a, as we'll learn in the second public hearing item, a site vesting plan. And therefore, all those applicable parts of that general concept plan will be zoning requirements that would have to be upheld. The process for conditional rezoning in our jurisdiction is initial staff and technical review committee review of the general concept plan. Once staff of technical review committee are comfortable with that progressing, The neighborhood meeting can also be held by the applicant. That is a requirement within our development ordinance if a proposed use would be anything to be an increase in density or uses. That would be the case for this and was held on April 7th. Also, Historic Preservation Commission had to review and act on a certificate of appropriateness, and they did and approved it at their regular meeting of April 22nd. Of course, with any map amendments, there is a review and recommendation required from the local planning department and the Planning Zoning Board, which held their public hearing on July 1st and recommended approval with conditions. Village Council, as we are tonight, will also hold a public hearing. And then if approved, the applicant then has the ability to move forward with design construction documents for, again, a staff technical review, committee review, and approval so work could begin. So conditional zoning map amendments, they are legislative decisions in a process which does require public hearings, which we are holding, and a recommendation by the local planning board. Applicant may propose and a local government can consider specific conditions that are related to that particular project. One caveat to that is that the conditions must be mutually agreed upon and consented to in writing by the applicant. You shall consider the currently adopted comprehensive plan after seeking input from the public and a public hearing. The comprehensive plan consistency statement is also required, as well as with zoning map amendments, a statement of reasonableness. Staff has prepared both of these. The initial requested conditions with this proposed conditional zoning map amendment, I will paraphrase most of these as we go through, as there have been some revisions along the way, as is typical. The first three all revolve around restricting the type of uses within this particular conditional zoning area to golf equipment, research development, general office, welcome center. The fourth one is related to setbacks. The village mixed use setbacks are for a more pedestrian scale, pushing the buildings closer to the front of the property. The applicant is requesting setbacks that are actually more stringent. Signage, there is an allowed requested increase in signage by 50% with conditional zoning. The requesting condition to not install the required sidewalk along street frontage. Parking, there is no change for proposed parking for the visitor center museum area, nor the administrative offices, really just to apply the typical 1 per 300 square foot standard. A requested condition to not park for the square footage of the golf equipment research and development testing center. Parking surface, the applicant has requested the ability to use an alternate parking surface material. And that takes us to the area zoning map here. You can see what the adjacent land uses and zoning are. The red star indicates the subject property area. And if you see the adjacent uses are a mix of zoning, obviously to the east and to the south are the resort property, zoned RD. To the north and west, you have residential areas anywhere from R10, R20, and residential multifamily. And all the adjacent property is located within the local historic district. The comprehensive land use designation is as private open space. So speaking of the future land use map on the 2019 comprehensive plan, you'll see it is labeled as private open space as indicated by the legend and the red arrow on the map. Guiding principle number 5 in the 2019 comprehensive plan does state that the village should support the golf and tourism, as well as the healthcare industries that make up the economic backbone of the community. There are always opportunities to diversify the types of attractions, business amenities available to golf enthusiasts. And in order to stay attractive to the industry, Pinehurst will need to adapt to meet the needs and desires of players and the fans of golf. One of those implementation strategies suggests that a golf museum could further activate the village core and other nodes. Although this would be a map amendment, we do not believe that the existing land use designation would need to change and is consistent with the comprehensive plan land use map. The next few slides are going to be excerpts of the general concept plan. The first here is a combined site plan showing the proposed USGA facilities and how they relate with the approved Wicket Lodge. This is the general concept plan that was submitted with the application. As you can see, the entrance there would still be off Carolina Vista as you lead into the greater resort property. Drive aisle to the west, around, and then a right in, right out entrance and exit there on Cherokee Road. The applicant also provided a circulation and parking plan. And the building, the applicant has also provided with the application elevations and renderings of proposed structures with architectural characteristics and inspirations, which I'm sure the applicant will speak to later. And due to the property being located within local historic district, a COA was required and was issued by the HPC earlier in April. The tallest height of the two buildings would be just over 36 feet, which would be compliant with the village mixed use maximum of 50 feet. Again, we touched on the application requesting a condition to modify the setbacks. And again, this would actually be more stringent than the current PDO requirements within village mixed use, so there wouldn't be no implications with those proposed setbacks. Here are some images of the building renderings. The larger building, again, being the Administrative Office and Research Development Center, and the smaller building being for the Welcome Center and Museum. The elevations. And the material samples that was provided and reviewed by the Historic Preservation Commission in issuing their certificate of appropriateness. There's metal roofing elements, brick elements, both horizontal, vertical lap siding, as well as shake siding. As mentioned earlier, there is a request to increase the allowed signage by 50%. The Village Mixed Use Zoning District does have our most strict signage area requirements. Also, the applicant has agreed to limit their request for the 50% increase in signage as based on what is provided in the general concept plan. And so those types would be limited to a wall sign and a ground sign. The maximum area for a wall sign in the Village Mixed Use District is 6 square feet. So with the allowed increase, it could go up to 9 square feet. Ground signs, the maximum within the Village Mixed Use is 12 square feet. And so an increase in 50% would allow for up to 18 square feet. So fairly minimal when you consider the scale of the buildings. Environmental impacts, there are largely none with this proposal. The map provided does show where there is an active red cockaded woodpecker cluster on the property. The applicant has provided a biological assessment and concurrence from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that there would be no negative impacts for the habitat of the red cockaded woodpecker. The property is located within a public water supply watershed, and therefore best management practices to treat stormwater runoff will need to be implemented. Site features, I'll go through these rather quickly. Again, primary access is going to be through the shared entrance there off Carolina Vista with a right-in, right-out also at Cherokee Road. North Carolina DOT has reviewed the general concept plan and has recommended a 50-foot right turn lane there onto the Cherokee Road. Applicants propose that all landscaping requirements as well as exterior lighting requirements will meet the requirements of the PDO. And the applicant has indicated the intent to retain as many mature trees on the site, and that can be depicted on the general concept plan. Trees that are proposed to be removed are marked with an X, the rest are there to remain. And the stormwater management is indicated in the areas on the general concept plan. As mentioned, BMPs or best management practices will be implemented to treat that runoff. The applicant again provided a sheet for pedestrian connectivity, and that's going to be sheet L2.1. And it's largely provided on site via the existing sidewalks along the Greater Resort property, along with access and the parking areas to the buildings. Of course, as we all know, one of our comprehensive plan goals is to provide pedestrian circulation throughout the village. There are, however, some impediments to this site, hence the reason the applicant has proposed to request condition number 6 to not require to install a sidewalk along the frontage of existing streets. In lieu of, the applicant has indicated a desire to provide an easement and fee in lieu of or a financial guarantee for the construction of the sidewalk. While currently a sidewalk on that north and western side of the site wouldn't connect to any pedestrian network we have to the west, again, it's a long-term goal to reach pedestrian connectivity up and down that Highway 5 corridor. We as staff are open to this condition that has been proposed with further discussion and consideration and planning, as it could allow for that future pedestrian connection that we have all wanted. Here are some depictions here to the right. With this map that's been prepared, the orange indicates existing sidewalks or pedestrian paths. As you can see, there are none extending there along Cherokee Road to the subject site and down south along the bordering the NC Highway 5 Railroad corridor and the Pinehurst Resort property. The picture to the left is the train trestle there, so that's where we run into a large impediment of being able to have some sort of pedestrian connectivity there. And that's why we have an opportunity to work with the applicant to provide an easement and location and type to be further planned and worked with staff technical review. Parking, there is currently a total of 109 spaces proposed with this general concept plan. The table has been provided by staff that would indicate that based on the square footage, the base requirement of the PDO would be for 127 spaces. Again, the applicant has indicated a requested condition to not park for the testing center. They have provided a parking assessment, and I'm sure we'll speak greatly to that in detail today. Also, as we're well aware of, the proposed facilities will displace, according to the applicant, approximately 88 parking spaces that are currently used by the resort shuttles, drivers, and caddies. As part of the recently approved lodge project, the council and the resort did agree to a condition to create a minimum of 100-space parking lot at its greenhouse property, which is just south of Highway 5 of this subject site. The applicant has submitted, again, the parking analysis indicates there would be enough parking to not provide parking for the testing center, as this would already be covered by the administrative offices and would not increase and would be able to serve a normal daily parking demand. The vast majority of this site would not be utilized on weekends or evening hours and would be available for a true shared parking with the resort campus. As mentioned earlier, the applicant is seeking a requested condition to provide for an alternative parking surface. We have a little bit of a conflict or rub with two of our regulatory documents in which the PDO does allow for an alternate parking surface if approved by the village engineer. The engineering standards specifications manual does have a fairly rigid requirement that basically it be asphalt at a certain compaction and subsurface. Prior to the 7-1 P&Z public hearing, staff had not been provided with a specific type of material, an alternative material. So at that time, the Staff Technical Review Committee did not support such condition. Since then, the applicant and staff have been able to meet and discuss alternative materials, and the applicant has revised their requested condition to allow for one of the three following for an alternative paving surface: asphalt, which would meet our standard, permeable paving, or a mix of both. Either of these three options would still have to be reviewed and approved by the Staff Technical Review Committee. Planning and Zoning Board, again, held their public hearing on July 1st. After the conclusion of the public hearing, there were no public comments received, and the Planning and Zoning Board voted unanimously to recommend approval to Village Council on the map amendment and adopted the statement of consistency with the 2019 comprehensive plan that's been included in the council agenda packet. The revised conditions that came to the Planning and Zoning Board are as follows. The signage, the requested condition, which was agreed upon, all of these were mutually agreed upon with the applicant, was to be limited to the exhibits that are prepared on the general concept plan. Instead of just not being required to install the sidewalk along the frontage of existing streets, the Planning and Zoning Board and the applicant worked out the condition that in lieu of installing the sidewalk along the frontage of the existing streets, the applicant will provide a minimum 5-foot wide easement and provide a financial guarantee in line with current policy for the installation of a future sidewalk to be approved by the village. The Planning and Zoning Board did agree to allow for an alternative parking surface, provided that any surface shall be approved by the Staff Technical Review Committee, and if an alternative surface material is not approved, then the material shall meet the current ESSM requirement. And then they also the staff's recommended added condition that the greenhouse that is proposed on a general concept plan and depicted be approved structure. So Village Council's action this evening, after you conduct a public hearing, you review the material and consider recommendations of both the Planning and Zoning Board and village staff, and also comments that are made at the public hearing, and consider the adopted comprehensive plan. After holding the public hearing, you can take one of the following actions. You may approve by ordinance the proposed conditional zoning with stated conditions, as well as the general concept plan, adopt a statement of consistency with the 2019 comprehensive plan, as well as a statement of reasonableness. There's an opportunity to deny the proposed conditional zoning with stated specific conditions, as well as adopt the statement of consistency. Of course, if additional information is needed or items feel are not fully addressed, you have the opportunity to continue the public hearing or defer action on the ordinance till a time, date, and another meeting certain. Staff recommendation, staff does recommend approval of this rezoning request for parcel ID 000258002 Village Mixed Use Conditional District and adopt the statement of consistency with the comprehensive plan that we've provided to you with the following conditions. We do agree that uses 1, 2, 3, that they be limited to golf research, development and testing, professional golf office, golf museum and welcome center, that the setbacks be as follows: 25 feet minimum for the front yard, 15 for the side. It should be 20 for the side street yard, 20 for the rear yard, and signage, allow for the increase in signage as depicted on the general concept plan. And for the sidewalk condition, in lieu of installing a sidewalk along the frontage of Cherokee Road, the applicant will provide a 5-foot wide sidewalk easement, in terms of which shall allow for compliance with the current sidewalk requirement of the PDO. And on or before the date of issuance of the first certificate of occupancy for USGA Golf House, make a payment to the Village of Pinehurst in the amount of to be determined or 125% of the cost, which is our current financial guarantee policy, in lieu of construction of the sidewalk. That parking be provided as follows: for the Visitor Center Museum, 1 per 300 square feet of floor area. Administrative offices, the same, 1 per 300 square feet of floor area. And not to provide parking for the Golf Equipment Research, Development, and Testing Center. And for the parking surface, allow for the use of an alternative parking surface as follows: that allowed paving surface shall be limited to asphalt, permeable paving surfaces, or both, provided that any permeable paving surfaces be approved by the Village Technical Review Committee. And of course, if an alternate surface material is not approved, then the fallback is the requirement in the Engineering Standard Specifications Manual. The staff recommended added conditions, again, include the permit the location of the proposed greenhouse as depicted on the general concept plan, and a further safeguard on the allowed uses to be limited to those in conditions 1, 2, and 3. With that, that will conclude staff's presentation on the public hearing 1.
Thank you, Mr. Cameron. Any council members have questions of Mr. Cameron? After which point we'd move to comments from the applicant. But any questions for Alex at this time?
Ready to hear from the applicant, but
Okay.
let's ask anybody else.
Judy, did you have a question? No, Jane? All right, I think we'll move along then and through comments from the applicant. Those who are going to speak, use the tables in front of you. It looks to me like each microphone is on with the green light. So you can use those, and please be reminded to speak directly in those. I would just make some additional comments as you're settling in. This is a public hearing, and the council has been reviewing the documents as presented. Based upon our questions and answers tonight, we may or may not choose to approve this tonight. It may be carried to the next meeting, depending on open issues and conditions and things, but that would not be unusual. I also want to thank the work previously done by the Historic Preservation Commission and the Planning and Zoning Department, Commission rather, in reviewing these plans and making the recommendations to us as well. With those comments, I would call upon Mr. May. Are you going to lead the commentary tonight and direct that?
I am.
Would you please state your full name and occupation and how you work with the applicant, please?
My name is John Manning May. I'm a local attorney with the firm of Robbins, May and Rich, and I've served as a ringmaster for these various proceedings that have occurred. And that is, I've introduced the people that are actually the technical advisors for this very historic project. I'm here tonight on behalf of the United States Golf Association with regard to Golf House Pinehurst in the village. The development ordinance of the village requires that the site be rezoned to permit the location and construction of Golf House Pinehurst. With me today at the far end of the table, Dr. Rand Jarris, Senior Managing Director for Public Services, Janine Driscoll, if you will raise your hand, Director of Brand Communications. Some of you may recall Janine actually was with the resort for a long time and has come back home. She now lives in Pinehurst again. Rich Tadaldi, who is Head of Campus Operations, Bob Kuntz at the table, who is with the firm of Kuntz Jones and is responsible for site and landscape design. Tim Carpenter, who is with LKC Engineering. Brandy Thompson, who is with Clearscapes, the architect. Kimberly Horn, who did the traffic analysis. We have Travis Fluitt, and the general contractor, Gilban, is here with Janine Powers. All of these speakers will be available for you to ask questions of, either during or at the end of their presentations. Not everyone will make a presentation, but they are here to provide answers to questions to the extent that there are questions in their field. The USGA has previously, as you've heard in the preliminary report, has previously received approval for the conceptual plans by the Historic Commission and a recommendation by the Village Planning Board that the Village Council approve the rezoning request. And we're here tonight as the final step in that process. I would like to say on behalf of the USGA that we very much would like to thank the village staff for the very professional manner in which they oversaw the interest of the village and the residents throughout this rezoning process. At the end of the USGA's presentation and the USGA's response to your questions, the USGA respectfully requests that you vote today to approve the rezoning request so that we can move forward with this very historic project. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Jarris.
Before I begin my formal comments, it would be remiss, Mayor Strickland and Councilwoman Davis, not to thank you for your kind comments about the recent Junior Amateur Championship. I think it fully proved to everyone at the USGA why Pinehurst community and the Sandhills community is such a wonderful place for championship golf. In particular, for those in the room or those who may be joining us online who volunteered, our organization, we could not do our work without volunteers. The organization was built in 1894 on the back of volunteers, and we have always identified ourselves as a volunteer organization first. It is that spirit of volunteerism and generosity with time and talent that is really a true value of the game, and I think we really saw that come to light. So thank you. Mayor Strickland and members of the Village Council, it is a true honor and a pleasure for me to be with you this afternoon. As I stressed when we presented to the Historic Preservation Commission and to the Planning and Zoning Board in the recent months, for the USGA, as we contemplate the first ever expansion of our campus operations outside the greater New York City area, we can think of no better place than Pinehurst. What this community represents to the game of golf cannot be overstated. Likewise, what this community means to the USGA cannot be overstated. For more than 125 years, we have shared important individuals, important moments, the Tufts family, Donald Ross, great champions like Payne Stewart and Michelle Wee, whose contributions and accomplishments have helped shape the unique character of this community. We really are excited about the opportunity that Golf House Pinehurst represents to share our vision and our mission with your community and with your visitors. This project really is about more than championships. It's about creating a permanent home for functions of the USGA that lead the game forward. A home for our scientific and our technical experts that serve our governance and our sustainability functions. It's also a place that we can connect golfers with our museum collections and share our love of the game. This important work of the USGA honestly needs to be more visible. We do great things for the game, but we want to connect with more golfers, and in truth, not enough communities see and benefit from our work. Importantly, we know that locating some of our mission-critical activities here in Pinehurst will make them better and make them stronger, because this is a community whose heart and soul are connected to the game. For such reasons, visibility and access to the new USGA campus were important factors as we considered various locations in the areas for our two buildings. The location that we ultimately settled on at the intersection of Cherokee and Carolina Vista is important, and I would stress for it is walkable, both from the village and from the resort. It's accessible along the resort's shuttle routes, and it allows us to provide accommodations for golf cart parking. And all three of those factors are important we believe, for helping mitigate concerns about parking and traffic that we know are important issues for the village. Another important aspect of our mission that we hope you see in our plans for Golf House Pinehurst is our strong commitment to sustainability and the environment. Our game, by its very nature, is dependent on a healthy environment. While there are elements of environmental sustainability that will be woven throughout the project, let me call attention to just a few details you'll see in our plans. Importantly, the restoration of the pine grove, that's an important feature historically of the Pinehurst landscape, and the inclusion of a pollinator garden in our site plan. These features will give us an opportunity to demonstrate and to educate about important concepts of sustainability and environmental stewardship that we have come to understand are also important to residents of this community. Ultimately, we're confident that the USGA's presence in Pinehurst will be mutually beneficial in many respects. We hope to deliver value to your community, but we also know that we will be better because of you. We are confident that the selection of Pinehurst as the first anchor site for USGA championships means that we can deliver tangible value back to your community in the form of economic impact, visibility, and reputation. Yes, it is of course important to us that the state of North Carolina and Moore County have recognized the value, recognized the same value, and that they're supporting our efforts. But every bit, or more important to us really, is the partnership with this village and this community, and we greatly appreciate your support. We have great confidence in the team that we've assembled to create and deliver this project in a way that is respectful of this community and its needs. As you know well, because they've been working on your library project, the Clearscapes team is proud of its North Carolina heritage, proud of its relationships with the village in projects beyond Golf House Pinehurst. Brandy and the Clearscapes team have taken great care. They've spent a lot of time working to understand the unique needs of this special community from a planning perspective. As I close my thoughts, let me share my sincere thanks to this council and especially to the professional staff of the village who to date have been exemplary in their support of our efforts. We thank you for your consideration of our project. We're excited about the future that this project represents, and we're excited to contribute to the special character of this community moving forward.
Right, so thank you so much for having us here tonight. And with those really nice words, Rand, we'll get started.
Could you just one more time identify yourself completely? Rand just did it for you. And also bring that microphone as close as you can. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Brandy.
All right, so my name is Brandy Thompson. I'm a principal at Clearscapes.
Yes.
We're architects for this project. So we began the research and the design process with a really careful understanding of the village of Pinehurst and what makes it special. Coming and experiencing the place is wonderful, and reading about the history is really exciting, and it's something that I think every time I come back to it, I learn new things and I'm more excited, so I've enjoyed it thoroughly. And just looking at the plan, we were captivated by how unique the design concept from Olmsted was from the beginning. There's the organic nature of the roads, that sense of discovery around every corner. It's not a grid. It's very informal and relaxed and comfortable, very much like the sport of golf. And we wanted to be respectful of that in how we think about this project and the design for this project. One element that we found especially intriguing is the pine grove that's noted in the bottom left-hand corner of this slide. And it's an element that we were able to actually find multiple historical postcards for. And it was just this really beautiful, kind of whimsical place. And as you all know, it was the one sort of stand of pines that was remaining after the naval stores industry had swept through and made a wasteland of this area. So Olmsted appreciated it, wanted to celebrate it, and it became the centerpiece for the village and for the resort. And it was an element that happened to also coincide with the siting for Golf House Pinehurst. So we felt like there was a wonderful story to tell about the village in its early years through that. We also, as native North Carolinians, as native Eastern North Carolinians, I grew up hearing stories of the longleaf pine forest in the savanna and the uniqueness of that ecosystem and that ecology. So we researched that and were just captivated by the beauty. The widely spaced trees, the low sort of understory growth, the wiregrass and other types of plantings that occur there are just especially beautiful, and it's one of the most ecologically diverse environments on the planet. So we felt like there was a really wonderful missional aspect of the USGA that could be told through this element of the site. So taking that, we also wanted to be very respectful of this particular and important kind of hub within the village and the resort. So the architecture should not reflect one tradition or the other, but we wanted to make something that felt comfortable in its place, that honored and respected both the resort and the village. So pulling from some of the historical images and also some of those really beautiful pine savanna images, we started with the notion of how do we recreate the pine grove while developing Golf House Pinehurst on this site. So as you can see, as illustrated in the plan, definitely to the north, there's a more concentrated grouping of pine trees. Most of those are preserved. One thing that we did note is that many of the trees on the site are currently of a similar age. So there's a little bit of concern from our standpoint, from our landscape architect team, that there's a lack of age diversity. And we want to make sure that our plan, as we think about planting back, that we're mindful of that. We also wanted to protect and preserve as many of those trees as we could. So we've got 2 buildings sited about where the tennis courts are currently today. And we wanted to break those buildings down instead of having one large facility to made it where the building itself could relate to the architecture of the village and of the resort much more comfortably. And then we also wanted to kind of tuck the parking around the back so it wasn't the first thing that you experienced. And we wanted to play up the pedestrian connection from the Carolina to the resort. And we've got a nice walking path through the site, through the pine grove, and through this lovely pollinator garden that Rand referenced that sits between the 2 buildings. There's also an event lawn to the back and a more formal kind of front lawn out to the front. And all circulation, be it car or pedestrian circulation, leads the visitor experience to, and I'll point, but not that you have to pay careful attention, there's a sort of central kind of site circulation hub, and this is sort of the genesis or the beginning of the visitor experience on the site. And at that point, the visitor center's to the north with a beautiful golf museum element, and the test center and administrative building is to the south. And this is just an illustration. It's a little hard to see on the screen behind us, but the trees marked with green are all the ones that are preserved, and the trees marked in red are the ones that are to be removed. And so again, you can see the bulk of that parking is located on top of the existing parking areas, and those buildings are located as much as we could get them on that existing tennis court area. So in our architectural research, we had many precedents that we studied, but we kept coming back to the Carolina Hotel, and especially in its sort of earliest renditions. It was a very large building, but the use of elements that help break down the scale made it feel comfortable nonetheless. So the deep porches that wrap the base of the building help ground it, make it feel welcoming and inviting. The plan, the way the massing is broken up with 3 kind of prominent, more vertical elements, and even the cupolas and the dormers on the roof help break down that massive sort of expansive roof that would otherwise feel overwhelming. And we just felt like it was a lovely example that we could pull from. And similarly, the clubhouse, we were just fascinated with its rapid development. In particular, the 1903 clubhouse with just these expansive porches that had amazing views of golf on 3 sides. It was just what a great place to be. And if there was a way to recreate that feeling and that sensibility within the design of Golf House Pinehurst, we wanted to do it. We also looked to the village. Again, roof elements were particularly interesting. There's a predominance of hipped roofs and dormers. Again, those deep southern porches articulated with the beautiful columns in all sorts of sort of creative expressions. And then the materiality and detailing. There's a gracious sort of tradition of wood clapboard siding. So we found some beautiful examples of that, also of wood shake siding, and also of some vertical siding elements as well. We have seen a predominance of sort of brick basing and landscape elements, so brick pathways, and even this lovely example of this pierced brick wall that you can see in this example. That is a prevalent language throughout the village that we just found to be especially beautiful.
Brandy, I'll remind you, keep that microphone from you. Thank you.
I'll get close, I'm sorry. Okay, so from a scale standpoint, this slide starts to illustrate how each of these buildings fit with the context of the village. So the visitor center and museum building is almost a one-to-one relationship with the department store building that the Villager Deli is in today. And the test center and admin building is a little bit larger than the Holly, but it's significantly smaller and shorter than the Carolina. And this is just a good kind of graphic representation of each of those buildings. And now we're going to move into what hopefully is the fun part, some pretty pictures of the architecture. We've got a couple of artist renderings and then a couple of examples of how you would experience the building moving around the site. This is looking from the north, walking through the pine grove and sort of emerging with that sort of visitor circulation hub punctuated by the flags sort of in the center. So the Museum and Welcome Center is in the foreground of this image, and the Test Center and Admin Building is in the distance. And this is a depiction of that space between the two buildings, the Pollinator Garden, and it is our sincere hope that this will be just a wonderful contribution to the village, that it'll be a lovely place to visit, and that it will also help the local pollinators and help tell the story of the USGA. So just to give, and these are not as beautiful, but these are more to illustrate how you feel the building and the massing as you move around the site. And I will tell you that some of the trees we've taken out of these renderings just so you could actually see the building well. So this is from the traffic circle looking at the Visitor and Welcome Center. So it's a little more zoomed out than that artist illustration that I shared just a moment ago. This is as you move around the ellipse, so looking more kind of front on at the two structures. This is looking back towards the north from the resort end. So the Test Center and Admin Building is in our foreground, and the Museum Welcome Center is in the distance. And this is moving around the back of the facility. From Highway 5, you really don't see much of the back of the facility. By the time the lodge is constructed, definitely not. There is a white administrative building that kind of blocks your view, and then there's a lot of grade change. So this view is pretty much isolated to what you see from within the site as you circulate around the parking. And this is moving back up towards that intersection, that right out only onto Cherokee. So this is sort of if you're coming up from the Beulah Hill Road intersection, looking back sort of at the back sides of those buildings, with the Museum and Welcome Center being in the foreground and the Test Center and Admin Building in the distance.
Thank you, Brandy. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. It's good to be here tonight. Bob Kuntz with Kuntz Jones Design. I'm the land planner and landscape architect for the project. What I'd like to do is walk through the specifics of the conditional district zoning and the request for the village mixed-use zoning on the property. I'm going to walk through in a lot more detail and some of the technical items, and I'm probably going to point quite a bit too. So, but looking at the overall site context, Alex did a good job of explaining the site and the location of the property. This is the overall boundary line of the resort property. And as you can see there, the arrow points to the location for the new USGA golf house. Looking at the site in a little more detail and looking at an aerial photograph, the things that were really taken into consideration during the design of the site plan, as you can see, and Brandy mentioned the location of the buildings. So you can see on the site where the tennis courts and the existing impervious surface are. You can also see the existing parking area just to the north of the parking, or of the tennis courts, and then the large parking lot for the shuttles on the western side of the site. So that all of this is really impervious surface, and gave a great location for the building and a way to preserve this really wonderful pine grove in the front of the facility. So coming down Carolina Vista and back to the clubhouse, and then this is Cherokee Road and Beulah Hill with the railroad coming in this direction. Alex did mention the zoning, and the property is zoned right now for hotel and recreational development, and then the new lodge facility here, and then the office professional here as well. And this building, the existing building that's here, the admin building, looking back, as Brandy mentioned, that will really block a lot of the end views of the property, of the facility. So the proposed VMU zoning district is specific to the 6.29 acres in the site plan that is part of the general concept plan that is part of the village mixed-use conditional district zoning. Only applies to the 6.29 acres highlighted here, and it looks blue there, but it was green. But it specifically applies to that area. This slide does a good job of showing the context within the overall resort campus for the location of the golf house. You can see Carolina Vista coming down and coming back to the main clubhouse and future lodge. And then access coming in comes around a drop-off loop here on Carolina Vista and continuing along Carolina Vista to the access to the main parking lot, getting to this point with access to the service yard, and then access back to the existing parking lot, and then continuing around with the parking, a drop-off area, and then back out to Cherokee Road. This access would be a right-in, right-out only. So coming out this way, you would only be able to go right out of this intersection. And coming into the site, you would not be able to make a left turn into the site. It would simply be a right turn only. So if you wanted to go out to the light, you would either come out this direction, go back around the roundabout and come back, or come out this way, go back out along Carolina Vista to the roundabout and then back. So it should make that intersection, that's a very difficult intersection today. The location we have shown is exactly the same location where that access point is today, but where the shuttles come out and in at that location. So hopefully the right in, right out will make that a much safer condition coming in and out at that location. Looking at existing conditions and topography and utilities. So this is the roundabout area at Carolina Vista and Cherokee. The site really has a small hill here and then flows this direction and this direction back to the large berm that is out along Highway 5. And then the connection here back to the railroad trestle and the grade that comes up pretty sharply there to get to the top of the railroad trestle. You can see on this plan also utility line. This is a sewer line that is existing today that runs through the middle of the property and will be maintained. Tim Carpenter with LKC will talk a little bit more about utilities in a second and how we plan to service the area. There is also on this location, this is a storm drain that actually comes from the Women's Exchange and some of the drainage at the Women's Exchange and flows this direction to a small pond here and then to a pipe that comes across the railroad out across Highway 5 and then discharges out across Highway 5. So again, Tim will talk a little more detail on the stormwater and utilities. So the site plan, general concept plan in detail, again, coming in Carolina Vista, the location of the main testing and administration building for the USGA would be located pretty much exactly on the tennis court site. You can see these trees that are being removed. Those are really the volunteer trees and some of the smaller trees that are along the back edge of the tennis courts today. So those would be removed, but the bulk of the building sits directly on the tennis courts. The facility, the museum and welcome center sit directly out essentially where the existing parking is today, some of the existing employee parking at that entrance. So it has a really great look coming in from the roundabout, has a nice presence, but it sits back in the pine grove that is located here. Again, coming in to the drop-off area with the hub here, the circulation hub here, and accessing directly to the Welcome Center or coming to the testing center. And then trails, soft trails that would connect around. The wedge between the two buildings is the pollinator and educational garden that's located here, and a future greenhouse facility that would be located here for education and agronomy research and different types of research by the USGA. And the idea is that this becomes a garden element long-term and would be a really nice visual from the main entrance and back across. So you can see we actually stopped all the parking in between that wedge, specifically so it would stay clean, there wouldn't be cars parked, and that view could be maintained in perpetuity. So again, coming around to this side and parking coming in, there will be 6 golf cart parking spaces located here, ADA accessible parking located here, 2 charging stations for electric vehicles would be located here, and then there are a total of 100 vehicular parking spaces in this area. So, and then 3 bike racks that will be located near the pollinator garden. Coming around again, connecting back to the service court. The service court will be screened with a pierced brick wall, as Brandy mentioned earlier, and then having this connection for emergency access and overflow access of any type, so the parking lots could be shared and share with the resort and vice versa. Coming back around, access, a little small drop-off here that could be used to for any deliveries or anything that has to happen at the museum and Welcome Center, and then coming back out again to the right in, right out. Also, there is a sign that would be located at the front, a ground-mounted sign that would be located out along the roundabout area, and then also building-mounted signage that would be located here, and then typical directional signage within the facility. So with that, I'd like to have Tim Carpenter speak about utilities.
Good evening. My name's Tim Carpenter with LKC Engineering. It's a pleasure to be here again, Mayor and members of the council. As Bob mentioned, I wanted to talk a moment about utilities and storm drainage. So as you can see on the map, the map's colored with proposed sewer lines, water lines, and storm drainage, red being the sewer line. So the existing sewer line that runs east-west across the site was put in back when the resort pool was done. Currently, that sewer line is a private service to the resort pool. However, from the red line to the west towards Highway 5, all of it was built to a public standard to Moore County Public Utilities, and the intent is to utilize that sewer line, upgrade the crossing across Highway 5, and let both of these facilities sewer into that line. So from there, the sewer for these facilities heads south to the one of the Pinehurst Lake pump stations that were upgraded, I think, back in 2010, and then again with a recent upgrade in 2020 to increase some of that capacity. Our current anticipated capacity for water and sewer demand is 3,300 gallons per day. We have had conversations with Randy Gould, Public Works Director for the county, Moore County. They had no issues with capacity for either of these 2 buildings along with the lodge. Water for the site will come from the south. There's an existing 8-inch main that runs again in that east-west direction. Currently services the resort, and then back around to Cherokee, and ties into the county's lines. Also, with this upgrade, we will extend the line north to these 2 buildings. These will all be intended to be public water lines. fire hydrants, and then connect to each of the mechanical rooms for the two buildings for fire suppression and domestic use. One other thing of note, there's likely going to be a connection, again, across Highway 5 on the railroad track to upgrade that source supply for fire protection, which will serve both the lodge and the USGA site. Again, no issues with capacity there. The county has worked over the last several years with some upgrades, including the harness track tank and other connections and well sites. The storm drainage that's in that greenish color basically collects storm drainage from both sides of the building, transmits it in a southerly direction. Again, as Bob mentioned earlier, that's sort of the direction of the fall for the site, and those will discharge into two stormwater BMPs either side of the service road. We have had previous discussions with planning board and the design team, and as it relates to some earlier discussions about the resort lodge that we will treat to the 25-year storm. There is there's a fair amount of existing impervious on the site now, which in some ways some of that is detained in an existing basin on the resort property, but we will be constructing two new basins. And being in this high-quality watershed, we'll also have to treat that stormwater. So we'll treat that, it's basically the first inch of the stormwater through treatment devices, likely some type of biocell of some sort, and then on to the retention. So one of the things that sort of prompted that through some of the TRC discussions was that some of that kind of ongoing flooding that happens in large events down at the bottom there where the train trestle and Highway 5 are. So we'd like to help mitigate that in any way possible. And again, most of the utilities relative to the site are within fairly close proximity. And with the soils that we have, we think we would like to do something that's fairly sustainable and eco-friendly relative to the stormwater as well. So I'll be here the rest of the night to answer any questions if you have anything to ask. Thank you.
I'll continue and get into some of the site specifics. Again, we are requesting a village mixed-use conditional district on the 6.29 acre site. The building size and square footage is located there, and that includes the porches. The setbacks, we are asking for a condition, as Alex mentioned, to essentially follow the office professional, which we think is more appropriate than the village mixed use. Village mixed use actually requires a maximum setback. So it's a 0 to 10 foot maximum. So the building would be placed directly on Cherokee Road under the village mixed use standard. So we're requesting much larger setbacks. And really, we're not even really close to these, but we wanted to work with something that was already a PDO standard and something that was most appropriate to the use of the building. Looking at again, the maximum building height permitted is 50 feet, but I think it's 36 feet or so, which is more of a residential scale in height. And then a trip generation study did not recommend improvements. And then, as Alex mentioned, we did provide a letter from U.S. Fish and Wildlife regarding the endangered species. So wanted to go through the conditions. Alex did a great job of walking through the proposed conditions. We do have a couple of minor amendments that I would like to discuss as we go through. Actually, Alex, really, unless you'd like me to go through these again, Alex did a great job of presenting them, and I'll go ahead and skip to what we're thinking about in condition modifications. So at condition number 10, the potential additional condition to narrow the scope of uses. We just wanted to change a little bit of the wording in particular, looking at in that condition, striking equipment, because the USGA's mission is more than just golf equipment. It's actually agronomy, it's different kinds of golf-related research and testing. So rather than just equipment, we wanted to just make it more general and say golf-related research, development, and testing. That just to broaden it just slightly, to allow for all those items to occur. The second part, we wanted to strike professional from golf offices, and specifically because when I think of professional office as a use, it's doctors, attorneys, something along that line, and someone with a license and a registration as opposed to just a golf office. And so creating that and just striking professional, and then just a combination of museum and welcome center to make it a little more clean and narrow. So looking at the staff report and the proposed conditions, also in the table of uses, the staff made a couple of other minor amendments as well. And then both of these really relate to those professional offices and golf-related equipment that we just spoke of. So condition 1, just again, striking equipment and adding golf-related research, development, and testing. And then number 2, striking professional and just calling the use as golf offices. And then broadening the definition just slightly to really encompass what the USGA embodies and what they plan for the facility. So it would read as this use is defined as limited to professional, administrative, research, educational, philanthropic, and technical services and activities, and special events related to the golf industry. So that will become the definition of golf office in the UDO, in the PDO, well, actually in the conditional district rezone.
So these are changes to our changes.
Correct. That's correct.
Okay, I'm
That's
catching
correct.
it. Alex, have you seen, you have the wording for this, right? Okay, and we have it on the screen. Thank you, Bob, go ahead.
Could I ask you to go back? I'm trying to understand the removal of museum. I
Go
was
ahead.
hoping you could
Good
explain-
idea, yeah.
Hoping you could explain that to me.
Actually, we're not removing museum. If you look, we're actually just relocating it. So it did read as Golf Welcome Center as identified in condition 3 and a golf museum. Yep, simply stating a golf museum welcome center. So it's basically saying the same thing, it's just
Same, shorter,
combining the
less words.
Shorter, yeah, a little shorter. And then that was really, those were the only modifications that we had related to those items on the definition of uses. And then on, as Alex mentioned, the sidewalk condition, in looking at it, making it a little more option, having an option here, and stating and defining the 125% of engineer's estimate of construction cost that would be paid to the village. Again, this is about flexibility for the timing and the construction of that facility, but this would allow for the financial guarantee that the USGA would ultimately pay for the sidewalk, but something that will be designed later as the village decides what it wants in that area, and also to have the opportunity to work in a path that makes a lot of sense. There are a lot of trees there in the right-of-way, and being able to work that path in around trees and really integrate it into that area rather than just a 5-foot wide sidewalk, 10 feet off the back of sidewalk, or off the back of pavement. So really integrating it in and making it part of the facility. And then the last was the parking surface discussion, and we did add asphalt permeable paving surfaces, and basically just added a little bit of language there to really clarify that it's about permeable and sustainable surfaces.
Mr. Koontz, did you say also that, as I think Alex referenced, do you want to suggest any particular new materials tonight and answer some more questions later, or do you want to, is that something you want to put in the conditions? Or it was indicated that there may be some new ideas even beyond where we were a few days ago.
No, actually, these are this is the information that the updated conditions that we've worked through with staff.
Right.
And working through that. So this will be what we have to present this evening.
Okay.
I guess one other thing I would like to mention, though, we've committed to the 25-year storm, but as I was sitting here reading through this, we have not made that a condition. So that's probably something that we should add as a condition.
I noticed that, so it's going to come up. I knew it was going to come up. But Tim was nice enough to say it.
Right, so we would write a condition such that it would
Thank you.
commit to the 25-year storm, maintaining the 25-year storm.
Yeah.
Not that we would have 25-year storms, but.
Thanks for answering my question before I asked it.
So just a little extra description on a couple of the items that we are asking for modifications. The signage, you can see we're asking for that 50% modification, and during the Planning and Zoning Board meetings, we did limit it to these specific signs and these specific types of signs. And there would essentially be one of the main freestanding signs, and this would be located at the entry off of Carolina Vista near the roundabout. And I think we're probably leaning more toward the horizontal sign, but this was just an illustration to show what could happen, not necessarily exactly what the design would be, but I think we probably lean toward the horizontal sign and the lower sign. And then the building wall signs, because this building is so far back off of Carolina Vista, it would be nice to have, when someone pulls up, they kind of get an idea of where they're going, coming into the buildings. And then just a parking sign exhibit where, depending on how much text and things to direct people around the site, that's what the expansion of that site or of that sign would be utilized for. So the last item I'd like to address is the parking and the discussion on the conditions of parking. This is the overall parking for the area. As we've discussed, the shuttle parking is located on the western side of the site with overflow and employee parking on the northern side of the site, northern side of the tennis courts today. In condition number 9, during the lodge approval, indicated that these shuttles and the employee parking located in this area now would be relocated to the site south on Highway 5 at the greenhouses. And I believe those plans are actually in preparation now, is my understanding. I know they've submitted plans to the village for the Carolina Hotel parking, and those are under review, is my understanding. So that was the commitment during the July meetings with the lodge. So looking at the proposed parking on the site, the PDO would require 127 parking spaces, but that does include the testing center area. And as Alex mentioned earlier, the folks that work in the testing center, there aren't really offices there, and they have their offices in the upstairs in the administration office above. So they really don't need additional parking spaces for the testing center. So we've looked at that. Kimley Horn provided a study of parking analysis for the site, and based on the uses and the expected visitation of the museum and other visitors to the site, they recommended 73 parking spaces on the overall. So looking at the proposed parking, proposed a total of 109 spaces with 100 vehicular spaces, 6 golf cart spaces, and 3 bicycle racks. So with that, concludes the detailed discussion on the design and the general concept plan. We'd be happy to answer questions now or at a later.
Well, I think
after
we'll
the
want to
hearing.
take public comments, and we have another hearing to do within this hearing, and then we'll get out of the public hearings and go into discussion of each point. Unless there's an urgent question right on the mind of a council member for one of the speakers here, then we'll go on to comments. Kevin?
Staff's input, Alex, staff's input on their changes,
Right, yeah, we'll get to
what
that.
I would like from you.
When we get to the Q&A, I
Oh,
think.
we don't do that? I thought it was now is the time. I don't know when it is.
Well, why don't we hold that in the overall discussion of parking, I think, and if council agrees, and then I think procedurally, what we need to do is to not recess in any way, but if you will take your seats, and we'll do the second hearing.
I thought we
I'm sorry, I want
recessed-
public comments on this, and then we'll take the second hearing, which is the way we have it in the
It's
agenda.
it's set up on the agenda that way. If
Yeah.
you could choose to come out of this public hearing and deal with this subject and then move into another public hearing for the 160D topic if you want to do it that way as well.
I kind of like staying on subject, you know?
Yeah.
Well,
Like a change in procedure consideration.
is it the will of the council then to continue on with this hearing? We'd still have to go out of the hearing and have our comments
I think
Q and A,
it's
which
worth
could
it.
go on for a while, which would mean later in the agenda, we'd come back to another public hearing
Yeah.
on
That's the
number
best
2.
way
Would
to
you rather do that tonight?
Is the public going to have an opportunity to ask questions?
Momentarily.
While the
Momentarily.
applicant is?
Yes,
On each.
yes, yes,
Is available?
yes,
Yeah.
right now,
Okay.
right now.
John, may I ask a question? Is it possible for us to get hard copies of these changes, the proposed, the changes to the changes?
The language changes. and
Yeah, on the conditions, yeah, I think maybe Alex can work on that. He may already have
I'd
them.
like those too, thank you.
Fine, fine.
Thank you.
All right, well, my understanding is that we will continue with the discussion and the hearing for this particular USGA site. And we will take momentarily public comments on that. And then we will go out of that hearing and into a discussion time on the USGA application. Is that agreeable?
You think that Alex's comments on the changes is pertinent?
I think Alex is, I think Alex is going now to
We can
hard
get
copies.
those before our discussion.
Okay.
But let's hear from the public.
Yeah. Now, actually, speaking of public comments on this particular hearing number 1, I don't see a list of anybody who signed up, but that's okay. If there are members of the public who want to speak about hearing number 1, the USGA application, this would be the time to do it. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak on this hearing tonight? All right. Seeing none. And following our just adopted procedure, we will ask for a motion to go out of the public hearing. We will then take up discussion of the information we had and questions which the council has generated on this application. And then later in the meeting, we'll have a second hearing with respect to hearing number 2 as in the agenda. Is that agreeable and understood?
Thank you.
Okay. So I see no comments from the public. Is that correct? None. And were there any comments in writing, village clerk? Thank you. All right. Is there a motion then to move out of the public hearing and go back to our regular meeting for discussion of the information?
I move to adjourn the public hearing and re-enter the regular meeting.
I second that.
There's a motion by Judy Davis and a second by Kevin Drum. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. All right. Having asked the applicant team to
Leave and have them come back.
step back, I will ask you to return, if you would, please, and whichever members of your team you wish to
And
do.
what happened to you between the last time I saw you? So now, did you win the fight?
Obviously not.
But I'm sorry, I appreciate you changing this, though. Feels much more comfortable this way.
Everything good? Okay. While you're getting settled in, I think, obviously, we want to react and try to deal with the changes to the conditions, and we'll have information further about that momentarily. I would say that among all the council members, there are going to be certain subject areas which we're going to want to drill into a bit tonight, and you can guess what some of those are. I have a couple of not unique, but maybe a little bit different approach to some information which I think is important for the council to have and the public to know, and it's best to do it in these meetings, of course. But I think most of our questions will have to do with exactly how the uses of the 2 buildings will be handled. I have some questions about the testing facility and the parking calculations on that. I think we'd like to know a little bit about the terms of the lease or the understanding of the lease that you have for the land with the resort. And I have a couple questions too about shared parking and the flow of traffic through the combined campus sites. Let me lead off with this question, which goes back to I think the very reason we're sitting here, but it's not been something that, as to my knowledge, has been well explained in the public. The reason that I think the council understands was the precipitating moment for the USGA's decision to consider a second home and selecting Pinehurst has to do with the testing center and the need of the testing center to be renewed, rebuilt, updated, and that created a situation where you began to look at other alternatives that you could have. In very earlier comments at different meetings on this subject, the testing center has been discussed, but never in the detail of actually what goes on there. And I think for the public's knowledge, as well as my own, and I think the council, I'd like to know a lot more about what actually goes on in the building, how many people are in that facility, what materials are used to do the testing. A question was asked actually in the lodge hearings, improperly there because it's really a testing center, question about, are there chemicals used? Were there any land use, pollution problems, these sort of things which come out of a testing center, as some people might assume that to be. So I think maybe to set the record straight on that and have us understand exactly what goes on there, perhaps you could make a few comments about that. Thank you.
Sure, Mayor Strickland. And if I forget anything, please prompt me. So the Research and Test Center is a function of the organization that goes back to the early 1900s, and it is fundamental to our mission to protect and celebrate the long-term character and nature of the game. It really is about preserving the game's fundamental challenge, which is a core responsibility of any sports national governing body. We started to test golf clubs in 1909, and golf ball testing started in the 1920s. So there is a more than 100-year history of work in this space, and it really is a mission-critical piece of our work. We test clubs and golf balls for conformance to the rules of golf for any equipment that's manufactured in the United States. And our partner in governance, the R&A, located in St. Andrews, Scotland, they're responsible for testing clubs and balls that are produced elsewhere in the world. The rules of golf include a section on equipment, regulations around size, weight, performance characteristics, et cetera, on golf balls, and similar regulations on golf clubs. And again, the idea here is to protect the fundamental challenge and nature of the game. We want to make sure that technology doesn't replace skill as the fundamental determinant of a golfer's success on the golf course. So we write the rules. That is our governance function. And then we back that up by providing conformance testing for equipment manufacturers. So ball manufacturers are required to submit golf balls, I think it's 3 dozen golf balls per year to the USGA, and we test them for conformance to the rules of golf. Golf club testing is optional, although most equipment manufacturers do submit their prototypes to us before they invest the money into production. When those clubs and balls come into the USGA's test center, they're run through a number of tests. For golf balls, we test size, weight, symmetry. We test what we call initial velocity. So we impact the golf ball at a high speed and then measure the speed at which it travels. And ultimately, we have an overall distance standard, which is the ultimate, or the full distance a golf ball can travel according to the rules at golf. So it's quite a sophisticated and multi-step process. There is no manufacturing that happens on the facility. We're not producing clubs or balls, and I think that's where, concerns about contamination, chemicals, et cetera, would largely come. We're taking in product that's already been manufactured elsewhere around the country, and we're simply putting it through tests in a ISO-certified lab setting. We are very proud of that ISO certification, by the way, which does include a number of conditions in terms of health and human safety. So I can promise you that our labs are, they're clean labs and they're safe labs. We, again, don't have any materials on site that are used in production And there's really nothing special in the test procedures that in any way could be considered a contaminant or an environmental hazard in any way. So I think people can be very comfortable on that. We've taken significant steps, through the years, again, through the ISO certification process to make sure that we understand, whether it's from a sound perspective internally for our employees or light perspectives. There's a lot of elements of that ISO certification that make sure it's a safe environment for employees as well as visitors to the lab.
That's very helpful. So there's no chemicals used, there's no land issues, pollution issues in New Jersey and wouldn't be here?
None, absolutely. No
I-
issues. We've been on the property since 1972, and we have no environmental issues.
Right.
No concern.
Some years ago, I was at the current testing facility, and I saw the iron Byron and whatnot rolling around. So there is some mechanical activity there. What's the accident rate, if any, that relates to the management of the testing center?
Again, with the ISOs, I can't remember, Rich, you can maybe help me out. I can't remember a single time there's been an employee injury that's related to any of the testing. The most, you agree?
I'll repeat the answer for the visitors who are listening, and it was that in your 4.5 years, you've not had any employee injuries or these sort of things associated with the testing center.
And I've been with the organization full-time for 23 years, and I can't remember a single instance. The biggest concern that they have in the test center is actually when iron Byron snaps a shaft.
Right.
Which can happen with a robotic golfer, but that is in a fully contained enclosure, which no one's allowed into when the testing happens. So there's a thick plexiglass enclosure that fully contains if the club head should break. That's really the only significant issue that comes up.
Okay. So there's no danger to the public and very little to your staff.
Correct.
And with respect to the public, the question has come up of what kind of public access is allowed to see the testing center for people to view what you do? How is that handled, or do you not do that at all?
So in New Jersey, we do offer occasionally guided tours of the test center floor with one of the engineers who's on staff. Typically, trying to think, it's special tour groups that are sort of prearranged in advance. We used to have a viewing area where the public could come and sort of look through windows into the testing labs and see what was happening. There's potentially some opportunity in the Golf House Pinehurst project for people who are on the front porch of the test center to be able to look into some of the lab testing spaces and see some of the activity that's going on there. But because of, as you would understand, confidentiality issues with the manufacturers and prototypes, we really don't allow sort of close access. People can get a general sense of what's happening, but not close enough to be able certainly to read the name on a golf club or a golf ball. We need to protect that for confidentiality. We are going to be covering in the Welcome Center in exhibits. It's going to tell, we have 2 galleries that are planned. One tells the story of USGA championships and the championship planning that happens on site at Pinehurst. And the other gallery is going to be focused to science of golf, think STEM topics. And we'll discuss and go into detail through videos and text exhibits, the testing that's happening in the other building. That'll be our primary way to engage with people. We are talking about maybe once a week having an opportunity for a guided tour on the test center floor, just because we think in this community there'll be a lot of interest in doing so. And that Mayor Strickland, I remembered another question you had asked earlier that I didn't answer. How many staff members? So there are 16 members of the test center staff that will be relocating from New Jersey down here to Pinehurst.
And if I understand it correctly, that's a large segment of the total number of employees that are coming here. A lot of it has to do with the testing center because it's basically all being moved to this facility when completed.
That's correct.
Now, I want to ask one other question related to the employees and the parking, and then I'm going to open it up to other questions that everybody has in their mind. Bob and Rand, the question came up in calculating the parking spaces. And you made a comment earlier, and it's written in your Coontz-Jones report and in our staff report about the fact that we don't have to count, we don't want to double count the employees in the testing center because their offices and their habitat's going to be in the upper level of the testing center building when they're not down doing their work. Is that the function? So it's not as though some are working in the other building, they're working in the testing center building, and we think we've captured the right number of spaces for that.
That's correct. That's correct. There are no offices in the testing center in the lower levels. So those employees are working on the lower level and have offices in the administration area.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Right, I appreciate your laying the groundwork for that, because I kind of realized a few days ago that we hadn't really explored what is the testing center all about. I think we get what the museum will be, although there'll be some questions about that, and the other champion's office and all that, but I was very happy to have you explain that to us. Thanks very much. So we're leaving off here with the testing center and parking is going to be an issue or a question that we have. I'm going to start over here with Councilmember Hogaman, and do you want to go into parking issues, Jane, or other things on your list? And
I have some questions on parking, and I have some other questions.
Okay, why don't we do this, as we did with the lodge? Why don't we talk as much through parking as we can? Why don't you start that off, and we'll go through other parking-related issues of each council member, and then we'll move on to another kind of subject area a little bit. Everything gets intertwined, but I think if we focus on some of these areas all at the same time, it will be helpful to do. Why don't you start, Jane, then, please?
Okay. Well, I'd like to also ask some details about uses on the site, to the extent that it's going to drive the number of parking spaces required. Will there be a restaurant or a bar or a theater in the museum? Because those all have separate parking requirements in the parking table.
No,
No?
no, on all three.
Okay. And what's going to happen on the event lawn?
So the primary purpose of the event lawn is during a USGA championship. So it's a request from our championship operations team to be able to put a tent out on the lawn, for example, during the US Open or Women's Open, which could be a location for a media center or corporate hospitality. So the dimensions of the test lawn, so the event lawn and the location of the event lawn are being driven really principally by championships, and that's the primary purpose of it. Its presence there means we'll probably take advantage of it from time to time if there's an evening function at the museum, a lecture, or a film up in the event space, that if you had a pre-event function, like a little appetizers, wine and cheese sort of function, you could have a outdoor reception in advance of an event inside the building.
Will the event lawn draw additional visitors that wouldn't have been drawn by the buildings?
Not as we envision it functioning, that it would be support, it's an additional support space for any functions that might already be happening in the buildings.
Okay, so will there be, when I think of administrative offices and the test center as you've described it, those are likely to have a fairly even number of people coming. There'll be deliveries and stuff, but basically it's just going to be the employees there. But the museum is a little bit different, because that's going to be looking for visitors to come. Will that be hosting large events as well as just I don't know how best to express it, the ordinary number of visitors you'd expect to see at a museum?
I don't see any events that are significant draws beyond what we would have on a typical visitor day. So if you think about a typical museum's educational programs, they'll have a book signing, an author who comes who speaks in the evening. Maybe they'll have a film series in the evening, have a historian come and speak, for an hour in the evening, sort of an event like that. I think when we think about programming the buildings or the space from the museum perspective, we're thinking, at the most once a week, maybe every 2 weeks, having some type of event available for the local community that would be sort of historical content that might draw 40 or 50 people. We do this in New Jersey. We've tried it in New Jersey. and we get maybe 20 or 25 people. So it's no different from the size of the visitor flow that we might be expecting during the daytime. We just might be trying to do some of that at night to offer, again, something extra for the community, for visitors to the resort, something that they can do on the evening after dinner. So something of that nature, but not that's drawing, hundreds of people. Much as I, as a golf historian, wish it were otherwise, golf history does not draw thousands of people. If we draw 40 or 50 people for an event, that's exciting for us. And I think we'd expect something similar here.
Okay, so the PDO gives a parking requirement for the museum based on square footage. It's 1 for every 300 square feet. But if you were going to have, theater with seating or a restaurant with seating, it's 1 for every 3 seats. So thinking in terms of the size of that building, if you were going to fill it with people sitting for an event, would the number of spaces allocated based on the square footage produce enough parking spaces? This is one of those terrible questions, math questions that you get in 8th grade.
I think one of the things that, as Rand mentioned, those events would be in the evening. They wouldn't be during the day. So the employees would not be on site during those periods of time. And also thinking about resort parking in the evening, there is a shared parking agreement between the USGA and the resort. And each can use their parking spaces accordingly. So any event that would happen in the evening, obviously the people wouldn't be playing golf in the evening. So there would be ample facility and parking there for any type of nighttime event.
And I would just add a comment that what I'm hearing is that it's not consistently being used as a theater or as a speaking event. So I think it's that occasional use of that, and as you're talking and describing it at nighttime, that would mitigate thinking of it as a theater, if you will.
Okay. Thanks, Judy. I would like to see this site, even though it's part of the larger tract that's the resort club campus, like to see it be self-sufficient. In the future, it could be sold separately or something like that and not have the same access to the resources that are on the club campus. So the proposal is for 109 spaces. And reading through the materials, the size of the buildings varies all over the place, from 38,000 to 44,000, and tonight, in Bob's materials, it was 45,000. So if it's 45,000 square feet, and you're doing 1 for every 300 square feet of space, one parking space, then you need 150. If you've got 127, which is what was in the staff report, that's based on 38,100 square feet, it's going to be something. This is a concept plan. We don't know exactly what the number is, but there's going to be a number that's around something between 127 and 100, maybe it's 135, 136, whatever it is. There's something. But you're only proposing 109 because of the use you plan to make of it now. But the uses as described, the museum building could be converted to an office, a golf office in the future, and the testing center could be, and therefore the spaces for it all of a sudden might become needed. So would it be possible to show on the plan or on a sketch plan where those additional spaces could be put on the site, not with an idea that you're going to put them there, but just to make sure that we know there's somewhere they could go in the future if they became needed, if you didn't have the resources?
Well, we could do that. What I would say is that if a use changed in this facility because of the conditional district rezoning, if a use changed, that project would have to come back before Planning and Zoning Board and then go back again before the Village Council. So if there were a change in use at that point in time, it would have to be demonstrated that those parking spaces could be accommodated if there were a change in use. So
Is that, I guess I should ask Alex, is that, just so that I understand, is that right?
There is,
You're changing from one permitted use within the zone to a different permitted use?
that is correct, and we do a zoning use permit, and when we get that application in, that's what we start checking. There's other building and fire code related issues for occupancy that we check, but yes, we check and see if it is first an allowed use, second, if this change in use triggers any other type of zoning requirements. And of course, with anything as specific as a conditional district zoning with a general concept plan, with an adopted ordinance with site-specific conditions, we have to check it against that, and then have to put it on, whatever course it may need if it needed to be amended. If you amend a conditional district and general concept plan, then yes, it has to follow the exact same process as its original adoption.
Thank you. Okay.
Maybe I'll take
I
a few
think that's it
questions
for
from
park.
others.
I think that's it for parking.
Good. As I pass this over, and I think, Kevin, you have some interest in parking too, and the theme I think that we are making sure we get right, and this is true for our discussions with the resort, and we want to make sure is true for you, the sort of idea, and I think Kevin actually verbalized it pretty well a few days ago, and it's this. We expect that you're going to be very successful here, or words to that effect. And so as we sit here and look at the buildings, and we want to make sure they're adequate for the needs you have, but also the parking issue that we have throughout Pinehurst, and we've worked on it very closely with the resort and our discussions with them. And as Jane is saying, it's how this whole campus is going to fit together and how sharing is going to work. But we really want to make sure that for everybody's best interest, and to do things right now and look into the near future anyway, that there's enough parking to sustain what may happen with the museum or what may happen with the testing center, for example, and people want to visit. And how we handle the excess or the overflow is one of the things that I think we've all had our mind. And Kevin, would you like to talk a bit about that?
Well, yeah, I'm not, I've evolved a little bit since, we're getting more detail.
Watch your mic, Kevin.
When we first met, I'd fall short of making a requirement, but I think it's just good logic Jane has to plan for the future, but I would fall short of making it a condition, but I think it'd be good planning on your part to eyeball future parking needs, and I feel like we're dealing with a responsible client. I just want to tell a story. I mean, I go to a lot of these meetings, and I think we're kind of braced to get beat up, Me and the mayor were in on the meeting. I don't think I've ever been to a meeting where somebody was going to respect the site like you guys are. I think you're going to make it better, which I think is nearly impossible when you're building two big buildings like you're doing, but it almost looks like you're going to make it a better ecosystem. Adding a butterfly garden, a greenhouse, I mean, I think I left there kind of in awe, but I still had, questions about overflow parking. But with the shared parking agreement and the fact that we've challenged Dick to come up with a plan on overflow, I'm feeling better about all this. I did ask about the connection. Did it move? Did you move it since I talked with you? It's still in the same location? It looks different. It looks like it's slightly moved better, more easy to see
The connector road between
the
the two parking
connection
lots?
between the two parking spaces. I did ask that question.
It did curve a little bit more, and
Yeah.
it ties directly into the service lane now.
Yeah, it looks
it's-
better. I thought it changed slightly. I was concerned about it wasn't an obvious connection. And I think it looks like you corrected that for me. I was concerned, I do think you're going to be successful, and, but I think the larger events will be at night. And, you know, I think we're all starting to understand shared uses and, you know, the dynamics of shared uses, daytime businesses and nighttime businesses. But I'm more comfortable, especially with the explanation of the administrative staff being upstairs. And, but I think we're all concerned about, you know, surviving success and, you know, so I think it'd be a logical move to voluntarily do what Jane says and identify future spaces if needed. And I'm falling short of making it a condition. But I did have a concern. I think I feel pretty alleviated. Obviously, I guess I won't talk about my other stuff. We're staying in parking, right? Yeah.
Let's wait on that, because I think it's going to get into surface stuff, which is another basic idea that we have. So, Judy, parking related?
Parking related, let's take your 45,000 square feet, Bob, and now the first floor of the testing center is about, I'm guessing, I'm going to just rough it up at 15,000. So that means 30,000, 45 minus 15 is 30,000. If I divide that by 300, that's 100 parking spaces. I feel very comfortable that you're having 109, and I don't have any need to have you show us where you might have overflow parking for the future. If the use changes, you'll come back and we'll look at it at that time.
Anything else on parking, Judy, you wanted to address?
No, and I clarify that upstairs in the administration building and testing center will be all the employees or just a few that are in the museum? So the tournament operations and the...
So we're planning on 50 staff members. That's our commitment to the state of North Carolina. You'll have a security guard in the museum. You'll have a gift shop attendant in the museum. I think the security guard won't. The retail will have a desk in the work area. But yeah, so there's a few staff members who will have workstations upstairs, but be spending most of their time in the museum building.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
I would also like to clarify the square footage.
Okay, why not?
The square footage is actually 38, plus or minus 38,000. My number actually includes the building footprint, so it includes the porches, the covered porches,
Right.
and those
Sure.
things, and sort of basically what you see on the site plan.
All the peripheral, yeah.
Right, but the actual heated square footage is.
Is 38,000.
38,
Okay.
that's right.
So that makes that number even lower.
Right.
So it's under 100 probably.
Right.
And you're doing great with 109, in my opinion. Thank you.
Lydia, carry on, please.
As John said, parking is something we have to look at very, very carefully. When I looked at the Kimmy Horn report, it said, per guidance from the client, essentially, we're expecting 300 daily visitors on an average weekday. Is that the average based on Liberty Corner, or do you anticipate that here? And the reason I say that, you heard at the start tonight, just within the past week, all the golf courses, all the golf tournaments we've had here, I think there are 37, Natalie, you might know, within a small radius of Pinehurst, we have so many golf courses. We promote this. We have people coming down here to play our courses, to go to tournaments. I think we are a much bigger draw than Liberty Corner. I've never been to Liberty Corner. I only saw it on a Google Earth map. And so I'm not a parking expert, but if 300 visitors a day is what you get in Liberty Corner, I would expect, like Kevin said, you're going to get more here. So I don't know if the parking is enough to accommodate the probably larger visitor demand. I don't, like I said, I'm not a parking expert, but I see big differences between Pinehurst and Liberty Corner.
Let me address where the number came from. So in Liberty Corner, we get 30 to 40 a day.
30 or 40?
30 to 40 per day. So the 300 number is our best estimate, and that's based off the experience at Pebble Beach.
Okay.
So Pebble Beach constructed a visitor center 3 or 4 years ago. They get 2.2 million visitors per year to the Monterey Peninsula, and they get about 200,000 visitors a year to the Pebble Beach Visitor Center, which in a lot of ways it's pretty similar in scale and program to what we're talking about here. So that's about a 10% capture rate. So our 300 a day is based on 1.1 million visitors a year to Moore County.
Okay.
And assuming a 10% capture rate, it's the best that we have. So that was 110,000 visitors a year, just simply based on the 10% capture rate. It's the best number we can come up with. In terms of, the World Golf Hall of Fame down in St. Augustine, Florida, draws 25,000 a year. Most of those for their IMAX theater. Visitors to the museum are about 10,000 a year. Sports museums just don't draw significant numbers. But the Pebble Beach Welcome Center, again, is really the best, proxy we have for what we can expect here. What I would note on that as well is I don't think we're expecting to draw incremental visitors to the 1.1 million to Moore County. I don't think it's an increase in traffic. I think you're hoping to attract people who are already coming here, who are already playing golf here, or already spending their time in the village. And again, it's just giving them something incremental to do, in the afternoon after they've played a round of golf or in the morning before. So at least in our minds, we're not envisioning this as an attraction that's bringing in large numbers of people, but hoping to capture some percentage of those who are already here.
Okay.
That's what the numbers are built on, is that 10% capture rate.
Okay, well, when I see you go from 30 or 40 to 400, and the way you're explaining it, it sounds like you've done your homework to anticipate the visitor load to this building. Yeah,
And
that's,
if we, excuse me for
no,
interrupting.
go ahead.
If you ever ran into a situation where you had a surprise number of visitors, you go to timed admissions. And that's the sort of standard museum approach for any of the sort of wildly successful museums in Washington, D.C. and New York. They go to timed admissions if they have to control. Given the footprint of the facility and the size of the galleries in the Welcome Center, if we had more than 300 people a day, it's not going to be a great visitor experience. It's going to be overloaded. And we would go to the I'm sure we would end up going to the timed admission if we had to, as a way to control. So there's always approaches operationally that you can address if to the upside we had that great surprise.
okay. All right, thank you.
While we're on the parking, we've touched a little bit on this idea of shared parking. And how would that work here? Is there going to be an arrangement between the resort and yourself, a written arrangement, or is it just an understanding? Traffic will flow and go wherever it will go. But maybe you could comment on that, if you wouldn't mind. Mr. May, push it once and the green will come up, I think. There.
In another life, in another role that I have, in another life, in another role that I have, there is a shared parking agreement that will be executed between the USGA and the resort.
Thank you.
I heard Bob say that, that's why I quoted it.
Right. Right. And what about the lease arrangement between the resort and you? What's the term of that? What are the basic details we should know?
It's a 99-year lease, renewable, if we should be so fortunate.
That's why we're thinking long-term, man.
That's
So we want
right.
to make sure that the parking is there.
I'm there for the renewal.
It's a 99-year lease, and there are, similar to the language that's in the proposed conditions, there are agreements between the USGA and the resort as to the activities that are happening on site. And so they understand in our lease agreement that it is office space for the USGA, that there's a test center that will be conducting research and have a museum facility and a modest little retail gift shop as would be appropriate for a museum. So those types of activities are spelled out very consistent actually with the language of what's in the proposed conditions.
Okay. Any other questions about the lease? And we'll go on to another subject area. Did you have a question about the lease, Jane?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Does it address easements for access, utilities, and stormwater?
Yes.
Thanks. And we've seen it? Staff?
Seen it yet? No.
But we will, or staff will.
That's up to the two parties.
That's right, yeah.
Do we need the landowner's approval for the conditions?
Applicant.
Well, the applicant is the tenant,
Applicant is Dick Higginbotham on the application.
but do we need the landowners?
Yeah. The
And-
point
and-
is, yeah.
so
Go ahead,
yes,
Alex, please.
An owner would also have to agree to any of the conditions that are placed. They have to allow for the petition of an applicant on behalf of them, which we have gotten in writing before, at application acceptance. So an owner is the only one who can allow for someone to petition for a conditional zoning request.
I think what Jane is asking is, you know, we've gone through evolution of these conditions. Do we need to go back and get the property owner's signature on the eventual agreement?
It would not hurt. I don't know that it's absolutely necessary, since they have authorized the applicant to pursue the conditional zoning request with village council. So the applicant has to agree with village council on any of those conditions, but I think it would not hurt to
I had
dot that I.
I had that question until I saw that Dick Higginbotham filled out the application. It meant that they were applying. Isn't the applicant Dick Higginbotham? That's what I read.
He had to sign, he had to provide for owner authorization to pursue the request.
I thought he was on the application.
He had to sign the application in order, yes.
So I thought that covered it for me. I don't know if that's correct, but
I
Mr.
think I
Manning?
can commit to the extent that it's necessary to, if the signature of the resort is required, it will be available.
Okay.
Okay.
That solves
Thank
that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
One of the other topical areas is the whole issue of surfaces and how that affects the environment. And I can see you've done a lot to do that, and as other council members have said, to really improve the property once your construction is done. So I think we have some questions about the surfaces, and I would like to tie into that what the issue on Cherokee Road is all about. And this is a question for staff as well as yourselves. But would anybody, those are some general questions. Judy, do you have some specific questions along those lines, other than what I've just said, and we'll go into this area?
You're talking about the surface?
Surface, yeah, surface,
So
sand and asphalt and all that.
well, I mean, but what's been described is asphalt, permeable paving, or a mixture of both. So are we talking about something other than that set?
No, that's exactly what's being described. And the reason we're actually asking for that is in the ordinance, in the PDO, it actually allows for alternate surfaces to be utilized. But in the engineering standards manual,
Right.
it specifically states that pavement has to be asphalt with up to 25% gravel. No interest in utilizing gravel at this point, but as we're working through with the sustainability mission of the USGA, looking at alternative paving surfaces rather than just asphalt and working through that. So whether it would be permeable pavers, permeable concrete, or permeable asphalt, something along that line.
Two questions. You're talking about sidewalks, not parking, right?
We're talking about the parking area.
Oh, the parking
The
area.
parking,
Okay.
parking area and the drop-off.
Both,
Yeah, exactly.
And when you talk, and so you're talking about the entrance from Cherokee,
Correct.
right? And through the
entire-
parking lot, all the way through.
parking area.
And so for others like me, tell us about what permeable paving is.
So permeable paving is a surface that has pores where the water can drain through into a gravel bed below. So it's really great for controlling stormwater runoff, controlling and adding to the stormwater capabilities of the property. So it's a way to really control stormwater management on the site. Because rather than that water hitting the surface on asphalt and running to a storm drain or running off the pavement at a higher velocity, that is actually hits the pavement and is captured and moves down through the surface rather than, it's a way to limit and remove some impervious surface. So it essentially creates more pervious surface on the site, which helps limit runoff, and it's part of that strategy.
Thank you.
I think we're all for that. And would you be looking at some of the surfaces that have grass in it that grows up and it kind of hides what is a parking spot? It's used more in temporary places than maybe areas that are used quite a lot, but it's another alternative perhaps to what you're thinking about here, that I hope we can come up with a way to do these things.
Yeah, we've thought about utilizing that product. I think the durability is the concern, the turf durability, and if it doesn't look great, if it gets more traffic or we have a drought or it can't be irrigated or something along that line. So I think we're looking more at other types of permeable paving, but something aesthetically. Yeah, and also we're looking at, rather than doing concrete sidewalks or brick sidewalks along that line, we're looking at utilizing more what you see, the decomposed granite surfaces for the sidewalks, for all the sidewalks like we see on our greenway trails here. So something more like that. It's a lot, from the USGA's perspective too, it's about that experience rather than walking on these really paved surfaces, more like a golf course experience, and more from that perspective. So looking at really making it very natural and creating something that fits.
Bob, is that what you
Lydia,
mean?
go ahead. Yeah, I think you've got some good comments on that, yeah.
Oh, that's, you had said soft paths, and I was wondering what you meant by soft. Now, we use screenings. We call it screenings.
Screenings.
Is that, okay.
Same thing.
And you're in our National Historic Landmark District, and they're calling for a lot of sand clay paths, which I think, it seems to me we're using screenings instead, or in place of that. But yeah, so thanks for clarifying that. And while we're on the parking lot, I would love to see anything other than asphalt. It's so inconsistent with the look you guys are trying to create.
We agree. That's why we like to have the alternative to the options to move forward.
Kevin, you want to comment on that?
My comment is, I was excited about what you proposed, which was natural. But unfortunately, I couldn't figure out how we could pull that off with our PDO. So I just wanted the public to know that you were trying to come to us with something that looked historically accurate from our past, but our present PDO will not allow it. And I don't think the public understands that you are attempting to do something honoring our past. And, there's reasons why our PDO doesn't allow it, because it doesn't manage the water properly and things like that. But I just wanted the public to know that portion of it, that the reason this problem exists is you are attempting to do something special and it's not allowed in the PDO. So that's why we're going through this process, and you're trying to find something close to similar to that. And I appreciate that, and I thought it was important for the public to hear how we got here. And that's it for me on that.
Yeah, I think we're all for this idea of more natural look, and we're going to have to think through how we're going to do that and the safety issues related to that. And so that's an open issue, and we, the village, have to do some work on that too, I think. I think there was a question about the Cherokee Road sidewalk, and I'd like to know a little bit more about how you're approaching that and what you want to do and don't want to do, I guess, with that. Right? Thank you.
I think in a nutshell, I think it's about integrating something from a design perspective that fits with the campus, with the USGA campus and facility. As you can see on the diagram, that you see above.
Maybe you could
Yes.
go to the diagram and show which part of Cherokee Road we're talking about here, so for our benefit, but those in the audience too.
Sure.
Whichever map you want.
It's a required sidewalk from the roundabout here that would connect back to Highway 5. So there are no sidewalks or connections here at this time. I know the village is working through pedestrian circulation plans at this point in time. And I think, this area, you can see the trees that are located here along that edge. And the thought is that there might be a way to really integrate this path once it's determined what type of path would go there, whether it be a 5-foot brick sidewalk, whether it be a multimodal path that's wider, whether it could ultimately be some type of greenway trail that would come down that side. What the USGA is committing to is paying for what it would cost to put in the 5-foot wide required brick sidewalk, but allowing for the village to work through the pedestrian circulation plan, work through that process, and then work through the location and integration of that. So we're not taking out trees or getting into significant grading issues, because there's some grade, quite a bit of grade in that area. And rather than just coming in and building a wall and taking out trees and affecting root zones and things like that, being able to integrate that path into the facility rather than, but it's going to take some time to determine that, and it's going to coincide with the village's pedestrian circulation plan.
Can I just add a point onto that? And it may be so obvious it doesn't need to be said, but golf is a walking game. It's sort of in our DNA to have walkers and to welcome walkers to our facility. We love the idea, honestly, of being integrated into the village's long-term plan for pedestrians. And, I just wanted to be really clear, we're very supportive and welcoming of that notion of being integrated with that plan once it's developed. It's authentic to our game, and it's authentic to our DNA as an organization.
I could add, because we talked about that in our meeting, it's more that we're not sure where that connection will be. It's kind of on us why this is happening, because sending people down to their death to the Pulley Hill Road doesn't make a lot of sense. And it's possible that this trail could come out somewhere else and could cross somewhere else. And it's possible it doesn't. It might end up in a traditional manner, but I think it's a lack of knowledge on our part on how we're going to connect to Highway 5. And you guys are respecting that by working with us when we get it figured out, which we're, as you heard in our meetings, we're meeting with DOT on a regular basis to try to get this figured out. And I'm very confident that you'll work with us to, and I'm not sure where that connection will be. And I think that's the point the public should hear. We're not sure.
Right.
Where it will be. It might be in that obvious place, but it might not.
Lydia, do you have some points on that?
I really
walking?
do. You look at that corner, and the topography does not lend itself to a sidewalk there. There's a crossing right on up Highway 5 that works fine. I just don't, the topography doesn't lend itself, that intersection, in my view, doesn't lend itself to a pedestrian crossing. I appreciate your willingness to put 125% of the proposed cost into escrow, but for how long? Right now, it would be a sidewalk to nowhere, and I remember when we were talking about Village Chapel, and we went through this a lot with Village Chapel, we didn't ask them to put a sidewalk into nowhere, and I don't even know if did we take an easement in case a sidewalk might go in someday?
have
Yes,
easement.
we made it so the easement wouldn't go
So-
against their allotment, pervious surface
Pervious,
allotment.
yeah.
So I don't see this as a practical place for a sidewalk. And also, we're talking a lot about where to put walkways in the village, and this is an intersection that has not been discussed, which tells me it's something that's even farther off into the future. And that being the case, how long do you want to tie up 125% of the cost when there might be, I'm not satisfied with appreciate your generosity, appreciate your willingness to deal with us, but it just doesn't seem practical when you look at that intersection and look at other places in the village where we're looking to put walkways, and it's not here. And there is a walkway, there's a crossing a block up the street, 2 blocks up.
To the point of this connectivity problem we have with that intersection, one of the things that we're contemplating at the staff level is maybe it doesn't make sense to try to create a crossing there. Maybe what makes the most sense from a connectivity standpoint is to try to integrate whatever we do on this parcel with a north-south pedestrian facility that would parallel the railroad tracks. And so I think there really is value in trying to preserve that opportunity.
I do too.
Do it? Would an easement do it?
It's in the right place, but we would have to negotiate that with them at a later date.
Yeah.
Do you appreciate my concern about having them put 125% of the projected cost? Would it go into escrow? I mean, how would we do that?
I think it's not uncommon.
Very
So it's pretty common, and if you bond,
Typically thought of as a bonded type situation for a required
Or
improvement.
surety, yeah.
What about just a contract?
You can buy an insurance bond.
it's,
I mean,
it's,
it's not a,
yeah,
typical,
you're buying a
yes.
bond.
Yeah.
I'm comfortable
to
with
apply
it.
that.
but
Bob,
my,
did you have a comment on that?
Yeah, I think the proposal in the condition is that the USGA would just pay it the fee in lieu of at the time of,
The time it's.
And it would be on us with
Right.
the
Yeah.
real estate that we negotiate you at a future date to construct the facility.
Wait,
Correct.
You want to explain that again, Bob, please?
yes, it would be, basically, instead of building the sidewalk now, the USGA would go ahead and pay the fee as part of the permitting process. And then it would be the villages to determine ultimately where that would go, where that pedestrian connection would go in conjunction with the USGA and the Pinehurst Resort.
So it's not a bond or escrow, it's literally
Right.
like,
So what if in
Payment.
20 years from now, the sidewalk's not there? I mean, is there an end? We just hold that money in perpetuity, even if the walkway's not built?
Yes.
Okay, if you're willing to tie up your money, I'm really not seeing a walkway along there.
This preserves our opportunity to eventually create the outcome that's
Right.
dictated by our DO, our comprehensive plan, and our design and development standards.
No,
Can I take a shot at this?
if they're willing to commit this money just indefinitely, it's your
I think,
money.
I want to take a shot at this, Lydia, because
Microphone?
I agree with you, but what they're doing is allotting the money to go along that street. That doesn't mean it's going to be there.
Right, correct.
Two different things. So you're right. I believe you're right. I think even, I've heard you guys, maybe unofficially, think there might be a creative solution to this. And so I think that's what we're saying, but we don't have any way to allot money but the requirement in the PDO. So that's what we're doing. Would that be, is that a better
Yes.
way to
Yes.
explain it?
Yeah, it's a financial
It's a good
guarantee,
summary.
we have it. Yeah, all right.
I was just trying to find that way for them to not have to tie up that money indefinitely,
I want them
but
to tie up the money.
if they're fine with it, I'm fine with it.
I suspect it's a rounding error in the cost of the project.
I think it's going to go up 50% by the time we build it. So, we need the money.
Okay, I think what
One
I,
other comment on that is that in this case, I think it would be instructive to, perhaps for you to lay down a plan or two of a schematic of how you would see that meandering through your property. And then the thought that occurs to me is maybe we don't take it across Beulah Hill at Cherokee, but really maybe take it where it goes to the golf course. It's already there, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to avoid a walkway that went to a dangerous intersection with topography that doesn't lend itself to the intersection. But if we've got an alternative path for that, that could be nice.
I agree with that, Lydia. There are walkways that go down Carolina Vista, right, that this site will connect to. So we do have that north-south connection already in play. And who's going to be, can I just ask, walking along Route 5? You know, there's private homes there and stuff that abut Route 5. I think the intersection, Lydia's right about it, the intersection is a dangerous one. If you were to put a sidewalk on the south side of Cherokee and try to directly cross, that wouldn't work. If you were to cross to the north side of Cherokee there, you'd still have a problem because cars are going to be coming, whipping around that corner, and they're not going to be able to see the pedestrian. So the whole thing is, I think, just
Conversely,
not
if-
wonderful.
if you took that 125% and you invested in a facility that connected the existing
Right.
sidewalks
Exactly.
on Carolina Vista to a pedestrian facility that parallels the railroad tracks. For
Right.
example, instead of along the northern boundary of this parcel, along the southern boundary of this parcel, then we've created something that's desirable.
Yeah, yeah. But I think we're looking out into the future on things that we, the council, need to decide, and it's not going to be for the USGA. They've offered an idea that will help us and help them at the same
partnering
time.
with us.
And that's a good point, partners.
They are partners.
I have one other comment, and then I'm just going to ask council members if they have any other issues they'd like to discuss, and we'll get those out of the way. Just on the parking issue and your thinking for the future, which is one of my, I think, sort of 3 open items for tonight. As you've heard me talk before, some of you, I'm becoming a devotee of partly subterranean 2-level parking carriage houses. And if there ever was a place in the village of Pinehurst where that would fit, it's right where you have your surface parking going now. And Bob, we've talked about this in a couple different meetings, and also with the resort. I can understand why you might not want to do that now, but that's future parking there, and certainly in a way that's quite manageable from an environmental point of view and a stormwater management point of view. And if you were to go ahead and want to do that now, that would create a lot of smiles up here. But I do think it is a very important solution for the future due to the success we think you'll have, and will not require any other surface to be moved. But half of that subterranean garage is already waiting for you there because of the slope down to the van lot. It just makes so much sense to me. I'll go out and start getting my erector set or something out there and build it. But anyway, all right, so that's my thought on parking as you go forward. Judy Davis, would you like to ask any other questions? And we'll go around and make sure everybody's questions are all answered tonight. Go ahead.
I have a question about the ground sign. Can you relate it to the Pinehurst Elementary ground sign? Is it about the same size, smaller, larger?
Question. Alex? Do you know the size of the sign at the elementary?
The actual structure itself of the Pinehurst Elementary School sign is larger.
Larger?
The sign area of the Pinehurst Elementary School, so the content of the sign itself is about 12 square feet.
Okay.
So with this proposal, they could have up to 16, I think, square feet
Be a little
in
bit
area,
larger
but the
than the
structure.
sign per se?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Kevin?
I'd like to get my original question answered from Alex.
Yeah.
On the changes to the conditions. I want to make sure, you got us copies, and I want to make sure, I want your comments on those changes.
And Alex may or may not be ready to do that. My
You're not-
thinking is
Are you
that
not ready to do that?
you
ready
may,
to do that?
and that's fine. But my thinking so far, subject to village council consensus, is we have a few loose ends.
Needed to know about.
And this is
the
one of them, and we
Planning
want to
Zoning
review that.
Department's opinion on the changes of the conditions that are new.
You want to give us your advice and your interpretation, please?
Can I hand them out to council first? So
Hand
you
them
guys
out.
can follow along.
I
So
like that.
the first page is going to be exactly what was included in the staff cover memo that was given to council with this agenda packet. The second page is going to have the applicant's revisions to those conditions. The changes are in red, strike through, and underline.
Original back.
Opinion.
I have one more question.
Pass it out first.
Judy, go ahead.
You're going to give an opinion after you pass it out?
So this might be Tim Carpenter's area, but
Excuse me, just one second here. Judy's talking, so we'll come back to Alex. Judy, please.
so one question about the water management system there and any impact on the women's exchange. I know that they feel like they're in a very fragile location. And are we going to do anything to improve that or at least not make it any worse?
I'll take that one. So Bob, can you scroll over on that drawing just a little bit?
And Tim, would you use the microphone, please?
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
good news. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. So there's a pipe that goes basically under the tennis courts to the northeast, coming from the Women's Exchange, goes like where the tennis clubhouse is. So water from the Women's Exchange sort of sheds off to the pool project pond that's right next to it. And then what happens there in the exchange, and I know Mike's here and he may help me out with this a little bit, but it comes across our site, hits a basin down there at the north end of the resort, and then discharges across the railroad track and down to Highway 5 to an open ditch. So our intent is by, one, handling the 25-year storm, building at least 2, maybe 3 depression or stormwater retention devices that will not impact that basin where all that happens. So our plan is to tie into the discharge pipe out of that existing basin that Bob's pointing up on the screen. So we would tie into that pipe, which would be below where the Women's Exchange goes. So we're in planning board, I think there were some folks from the Women's Exchange here, and we were very cognizant of their concerns. And I know that part of the world has been a drainage concern for the village and the users in the past. So to answer your question, Ms. Davis, it is absolutely not our intent to impact the Women's Exchange.
Thank you. Thank you.
Would it be your feeling that the work you're doing in the creation of the 25-year storm requirement, is that going to help drainage out of the ponds near the Women's Exchange as the water flows over to Highway 5? What would be the impact?
Well, I mean, possibly there existing tennis court on the site, existing parking lot, and existing probably kind of hard pan,
Right.
informal parking. Not all of that goes that direction, but some of it does.
Yep.
So if we're directing it to a different device, then theoretically we're taking some of that load out of that pond there on that north side of the parking lot. Now, how it impacts the Women's Exchange directly, I don't think it will hurt it. Right, so I'm not sure it necessarily improves their drainage condition because, quite frankly, they're set kind of low.
Yep.
And we're very aware of that, so we certainly have no intention of making it any worse.
Okay. Thank you for exploring that. Let's get back to Alex. Or did you have a question?
I just, on stormwater, that was obviously my major issue when I met with you guys. And
Microphone, Kevin?
stormwater was my major issue when I met with you guys, and I had the feeling if on 25-year stormwater that we have better stormwater after this is built than we have presently. Would you agree with that?
Yes, and we also went in our earlier submissions to TRC, which was about the time we were going through the resort project as well. We are aware, in talking with Mike and other staff, that the intersection down below the not the intersection, but there below the railroad trestle still has a propensity to flood despite some of the village's improvements, despite some of the DOT's improvements. So the more we can hold that on site and release it at a different rate and maybe even get some infiltration out of the ponds, maybe the less we turn loose to that spot, which in a way has a sort of compounding effect or residual effect on the Women's Exchange area because maybe they can get the water out there a little bit quicker. And I know, again, Mike's very familiar with that area, and so we've been certainly listening to village staff, so.
I'm focusing on this piece of property you're
Yes, sir.
building on, and I'm
Right.
saying it's going to have better stormwater management when you're done than it has now.
Yes, and so the impervious we're putting back on the site is not terribly different than what's there now. Maybe some net add, but it's fairly small. So our intent is to hold of course, all of our new impervious, capture it, manage it, treat it, because we're in a stormwater, we're in a high-quality watershed. We have to get a state stormwater permit. So to answer your question, short answer, yes.
Yes,
It will
that's
be.
what I wanted.
Sorry about
I wanted
that.
a short answer. Thank you.
Mr. Cameron, you want to comment, please?
Yeah, please.
On the revised condition?
Yes,
Papers.
and Mr. Bob actually had a slide, I think, that he went over that had these, so we can pull it up for
Public, thank
the
you.
public's benefit if we'd like.
Please.
But everything on his slide is on page 2 of what we have in red?
Yes.
Okay.
Right, so I'll kind of go in order here of as they're ordered in the staff cover memo. As you'll see with condition number 1, the change is to remove equipment and replace with related. So the condition would now read golf-related research, development, and testing. I think essentially they're doing the same, they're providing the same function. It just allows for more functionality of the USGA based on their mission and what they want to do. So there is no issue with staff and able to review and interpret what that use is, especially with this proposal. The second condition is to remove the word professional, and the condition would read golf offices, and then it would further define it as limited to professional, administrative, research, educational, philanthropic, those are new, and technical services and activities and special events, a new add, related to the golf industry. Again, based on what we've received here from the applicant tonight, there's no issue with that from staff's perspective. Moving on, the sidewalk condition really did not change, as you'll see, other than instead of having a blank dollar amount, the 125% cost of an engineer's estimate. So we would get a signed, sealed estimate and get 125% of the cost of that. And that is in line with our financial guarantee policy that we have now.
And we're adding 25-year storm
Yeah.
drain to the
Haven't gotten there
conditions.
yet, but I'm moving there.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. The parking surface, there was no change, really no revision for that. And I can attest that myself and other staff we've become quick studies on those type of products that are available for these permeable type paving system. I'm lucky enough to know 2 licensed professional engineers in the state of North Carolina quite well. One who's even given me a publication on, he's lent me a publication on permeable surface, alternative parking or paving solutions, as well as looked into and the state's best management practices for managing stormwater runoff actually has some standards and recommendations for permeable material. So that's something that staff technical review can really review any type of product with. So we're very comfortable with that now. And the last revision to what was included with the staff memo is the condition number 10, and it would basically just fall in suit with the revisions to the first 2 conditions. So it would be golf-related instead of golf equipment, R&D, and golf offices and not professional golf offices, but also include the golf museum and welcome center. And then as Councilmember Drum pointed out too, the applicant tonight has stated that they'd be willing to add a condition to meet the 25-year storm requirement. So again, staff's comfortable with these revisions.
Okay, I just
We're
needed.
missing the 10 on here.
Oh, it's on the top.
The top of the page.
Oh, okay, all right.
I just needed to hear you. I wanted your input before we talked further. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Are there any other questions? Judy, you completed your other questions. I'm going to have a recommendation on how to proceed, but you want to bring that out, Lydia, and then I'll go
Not
to
really
Kevin?
questions. Thank you for the Pine Grove. Thank you for that. And also, after I was listening to P&Z, the sign on the corner, and I drove by there already is a sign, Pinehurst seems to be averse to signs, so I know you'll be sensitive to the placement of that sign, so we don't have a sign war down there. Thanks.
Kevin, any other questions to
Just raise? in my meeting, I didn't see the northern exposure, and I wanted to see it, and since then you've gave me it. I honestly think you underplayed that berm in your photo. There's a big berm, because I went to the site on multiple occasions on every inch of it, you know, and just looked at it in every angle, and that berm is pretty huge. It didn't look huge in your slide.
We carefully selected the view that we
And
showed.
it looks like you got rid of the trees that were already there, and so it looks much different than your slide.
Sure.
I was very concerned about people not going to the museum, riding to the circle, and what their view was going to be, and I'm very comfortable with that view. And that was a concern of mine, because I didn't see it. After you showed it to me, I felt more comfortable. So that kind of goes through all my list of concerns.
Okay. Judy, I think you made your comments. Jane, you have a follow-up to Alex's
I do
comments?
have more comments.
Please go ahead.
I do.
Please go ahead.
On these changes to the conditions that you proposed, that Alex just went through, on item number 2, the definition of golf office, special events, doesn't sound office-y to me. I'd like to have more information about that. And again, we're talking about parking requirements, but also the outdoor impact. You know, we're right across the street from the residential neighborhood here. It's not set way back the way the club is. So I'd like to understand that better. And in condition number 6, the change that says that the applicant may do the sidewalk easement and the payment. So now it's, maybe you won't do that? Maybe instead you'll just put the sidewalk in after all that discussion? Is that what that means?
I thought that it would provide the option, but I think we can.
Well, we haven't seen the
we can-
option on the
We
plan.
can strike may.
Haven't
and go
seen the
back to
option on the
will.
plan. So we, again, to your concern about the berm and the trees and so forth all along the road, we don't know what the option is that we're talking about. So think about that one. I had a question on the, but if you look at this 6.29 acre site, do we know whether the proposed improvements to that site, the buildings, parking and drives and so forth, will amount to 70% impervious coverage of that 6.29 acres, or more than 70%?
I think we had the impervious surface number on the plans. It's substantially less than 70% impervious surface.
Okay, I'm not talking about compared to the entire 66-acre
No, I'm-
tract with the golf courses. I mean, just this area.
Wasn't it about 28% now, Bob? It doesn't have to go up, though, but maybe,
Actually, our impervious, no, you're right. It is, we base our impervious on the total, but it's well under 70%. I don't know the exact number, but I know it is well under 70%.
I'd be interested
impervious.
to
You
know
can see that from looking at the plan. It's,
that number approximately.
28.3?
Probably well under 50%.
Yeah, it says
Really?
28.3.
but just look at the, yeah, look at the
Well, I am
schematic,
looking
yeah.
at it. I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
Is it planned to fill the area where the new parking would go when it gets to that steep drop-off?
Bill?
Is fill going to be added there?
Build it up, you mean?
A little bit, yes, there would be a little bit of additional, but the way the grade is going to work, we had to really work with the grading there So the parking lot is actually an inverted crown, so the drains are in the middle. And that was so we could avoid, we didn't want to push out into that and limit as much as we could to getting steeper because it's already so steep. So we've graded it such that we won't have to do that. So it may be a foot higher or something like that, but it's not substantially higher.
So there'll be a wall a retaining wall?
We won't be required to have a wall there, no. No, we've graded it specifically to avoid a wall.
It's a very gentle
Not
slope.
It's
to
a general slope.
stabilize it?
Yeah, it will be fine. It will not need, it's a 3-to-1 or less, and typically you can stabilize a 2-to-1 slope, and we were at least a 3-to-1 slope there. So 3 to 4-to-1 slope. So 3-to-1, a 1-to-1 slope is,
I
1 foot,
I
1
get it.
foot, and 2 feet, but you can stabilize a 2-to-1 slope, and we're over a 3-to-1 slope there, so we won't have any issues with stabilization at that area.
I don't see in the renderings, and I realize they're just conceptual renderings, any ADA ramps to the buildings. There will be, though, presumably.
Got that a little bit.
Actually,
To help me point. Okay, so coming from the accessible parking, there is a gentle slope upward. So we're actually working with the grading of the site to get you into the main entrances. So primarily for the public, that is an accessible route straight up.
Right, but then there's steps up into the porches of the buildings.
Then you come, see where Bob is kind of circling, there is a connector element that rises gently, so it's going to look like a landscape element that rises up in front of the building that connects you and brings you onto that porch.
Okay.
And there is another ramp, a small one not there, Bob, on the back. Let me. Oh, sorry. There is another small ramp connector right here to get you off. This, because of the way the grading worked out, and Bob's right, it was a very specific and careful grading exercise to keep this from having a retaining wall condition back here. But there is this little porch is about 3 feet above this grade, so there is a small ramp here. But otherwise, everything is handled with gentle site sloping, getting you up on porches.
yeah, and this is actually a ramp.
Yeah.
But this is actually just transitioning grade. The
So-
goal was to make it
Or
not look
natural.
like a ramp.
It looks like a ramp, but it's a ramp.
Right, and with ramps, you have to have, over a certain percentage, you have to have handrails, and we wanted to avoid having any handrails in front of the building. So if you're at a slope below 5%, you don't, ramp, or rails are not required, so the goal was to transition the steps up and transition into the building.
The service court is going to have a perimeter wall to screen it, but it's going to be open.
Are you
It's not
talking about
covered.
the pierce? Oh, it is open to the
Right.
sky, yes.
So is there going to be a noise factor from mechanical equipment and generators and things?
So there is a generator that's housed within that, but it would only come on during a power outage in an emergency situation. So that's not a continuous source of noise. There is some mechanical equipment, but it is not of the nature that produces loud, high-pitched noises.
And are there going to be delivery trucks? Is there a lot of delivery trucks? Is that an issue?
So Rand, I might need your help with this a little bit, but we think that the bulk of the deliveries are going to come in via UPS trucks, so it's much smaller in scale. And occasionally, like very occasionally, there would be a larger delivery that would utilize that loading dock that's within that perimeter.
And where will those trucks enter the site? Will they come from Cherokee, or will they come from the traffic circle?
They'll most likely come down Carolina Vista. Do you mean the very large trucks? Yeah, they'll come down Carolina Vista. And Alex, I don't know if you're driving over there, if there's a way for you to kind of look at that connector piece just a little bit. So there was a really careful alignment that was made so that the truck could kind of pull forward down that shared access and then back in. And that way we were able to really kind of minimize the view into that space. There's gates, so there is an element that will be closed off when those large deliveries aren't coming in and aren't expected. But that was the way to navigate the site without,
Okay, so the big trucks would come down Carolina Vista. they would turn into the parking lot for the USGA site.
Yes.
And then go through that little sort of
And then
intersection.
turn
And turn
towards-
in.
and then back
Okay,
in.
So who's going to be entering and leaving the site on the extension of the driveway from the service court that goes down into the club members' parking area? Who's using that?
That, and Bob, you can feel free to add, this was something that we were asked to provide the connection for fire truck access and for other sorts of cross-access purposes. It's not something that we envision will be actually utilized by members or guests.
Okay.
I would just add to that, I'd be a little concerned about large trucks coming down
Carolina Vista.
around the roundabout. And to the degree, as the resort has been trying to do, to have deliveries sent to other places than other than Carolina Vista, that would be appreciated as you go forward. Or even having them come in the back entrance in the parking area.
Sure.
Off of Highway 5, that would be the best.
That's a good
Jane?
idea.
Yeah, is it possible for the trucks to come in through the other driveway on Cherokee, rather than going around the roundabout?
That's my point that we just
Yeah.
made. I think we need to try to encourage that. There's no way to require that, but it's an issue we're having right now with increased traffic through the village and deliveries and this sort of thing. So to the degree we can work with you, once the building is built, to have deliveries come up, use Highway 5 north and south and come in on the access road from the back, that's better.
I think based on what I've heard, we're not talking about tractor trailers, we're talking about UPS trucks.
For the most
right?
part, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There are some larger trucks, I think Brittany said, but
Well, most
I'm
of the
look-
time, but then
I'm going to let Rand answer that, so from a frequency
Yeah,
standpoint.
I was looking back over my shoulder at Rich Tidaldi. Rich, the number of large trucks that come for the research center, test center, I don't think they do.
Very few, if any, tractor trailers. Most of our deliveries are UPS panel vans.
the answer was very few tractor-trailer trucks expected, mostly package delivery service-type trucks. Is that right? And because we can't pick you up, sir, on the microphone. That's why I'm repeating all this. So if you'll either step behind or have Rand repeat it, then we're better off.
Do it on the phone.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm Rich Tidaldi. I'm the head of campus operations. It's an exception when we get a delivery with a tractor trailer. All of our deliveries are panel vans, mainly UPS panel vans. It's golf clubs and not in any large volume. It's a box with maybe sometimes 2 golf clubs and, a box of golf balls. It's nothing large.
Thank you for that explanation. Is
You're welcome.
And I
there anything
wanna-
more?
yes.
Okay, we'd like to move on. Thanks.
The VMU zone building height is 50 feet. But we're changing the setbacks here to comport with the OP zone. And the OP zone height is 35 feet. I see that the buildings are 30 and 31 feet. Could we say 35 feet would building height as a condition?
Let me ask a clarification on that. So the peak of our tippy top element right now is at 36 feet as drawn. Now, if we're talking about average of roof height, which I think is what the standard is written on, then we're definitely under 35 from an average standpoint. We would be comfortable with limiting it to that.
You talking about cupola or something like that?
It's just the part of the test center and admin building that sticks up just a little bit higher than the rest of the roof.
And that's where the 36 feet is? Yeah.
That's
Okay,
correct.
I understand that. I think that's, Alex, did you have a comment on that, or?
Yeah, so we do measure overall building height based on the average front grade to the top.
So we would
If you think
be,
we're fine.
if you specified 35 feet, we would be well under that, given the average height of the roofs. So we would be comfortable with that.
You would. Great, thank you. The traffic impact analysis says that there's going to be 60 employees, office employees, only 37 of whom arrive in the morning, and only 32 of whom leave at night, in the peak hours. And that they're not counting any museum visitors because they figure those people are all staying at the hotels anyway. My concern is that we don't get traffic backed up from the traffic circle to the light at Cherokee. And so I'm not convinced by the Emily Horn report.
Good evening, Travis Fluitt with Kimley Horn. Here to respond to your question. Understand the concern, so I actually looked at this back during doing the Lodges report. I ran an analysis, this is not in the official TIA, but I just did this on the side where I doubled the traffic for both the USGA site and the Lodges site. As you mentioned, the USGA site generates about 44 AM trips and 40 PM peak hour trips. The Lodges was about 15 additional trips. So doubling that to about 90 to 100 peak hour trips versus the 50 to 60 we had in the report. And the difference in delay and queuing is nominal. For example, at the intersection of NC5 at Cherokee, in the AM peak hour, the average delay goes from 29.3 seconds to 29.5 seconds. So an increase of 0.2 seconds per vehicle.
Are you talking about the delay at the intersection?
Yes.
Because that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people can't get out of that traffic circle. The light is backed all the way up to the traffic circle. People who are headed west on Cherokee, waiting for the light, are backed up past the traffic circle. Because that means nobody can go around the traffic circle.
Oh, so you're talking about backups from the
Yeah,
intersection?
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, there are some signal timing improvements that can be made to give that more green time to reduce those queues. The analysis showed that with the additional traffic, that the queues would not get significantly worse based on that. Even with the doubling of traffic, I mean, we're talking about very small increases in delay and queuing, even if we double the traffic, because this site is projected to generate so little traffic.
Well, how do we achieve more green light time?
We can coordinate with the town staff and NCDOT about the signal timing of that intersection. It's a very constrained intersection, mainly because of the railroad crossing to the south. So there are a lot of movements competing for green time, but we definitely don't want traffic backing up through the traffic circle.
I think it's going to be something we'll have to discuss with DOT because they've already made some adjustments there to allow the left turn lane coming south onto Cherokee to be a longer time. But your point's well taken about congestion up to the roundabout at certain
Right.
times of the day. But I
Yes.
don't think the traffic is going to be so significant that's going to add to that, if much, I think.
And one thing that
Maybe-
will help is the conversion, limiting the driveway on Cherokee Road to
Yeah,
ride in,
right
ride
in,
out
right,
only.
mhm.
We're taking away the people that are in that left turn lane today. And, if somebody's waiting to turn left in that driveway, they're blocking the
Correct.
rest of the turn lane. So taking those people out, they will have to come in at the roundabout rather than at that driveway. So that'll help reduce the queues some at that intersection as well. Are you following what I'm saying there?
I'm really not there yet. I don't think anybody really knows whether we're going to overwhelm that little traffic circle.
If the intersection.
Hard to know, Jane, but Judy?
I mean, just listening to the level of visitors to the building, the level of people that will be there on an ongoing basis, I think, I certainly agree with them that there's a lot of people that will already be on site in some way, either a guest at the Holly, the Carolina, or wherever, or people bringing in, local visitors. I don't think it'll be as dramatic as you might be imagining.
Maybe this could help. I mean, the gentleman described doubling the anticipated impact, and we're talking about at peak hours, 100 more vehicles. 100 more vehicles is what, about a vehicle and a half a minute. We're not going to notice the difference.
Right. And on our analysis, it did show with the signal timing adjustments I was referencing, the cues from the intersection should no longer back up into the roundabout, at least not on a frequent basis. You know, it may still on occasion, but not on a regular basis. So it's not really a problem with the roundabout itself. It's the problem with the intersection of 5 at Cherokee and making sure the cues from that intersection don't back up into the roundabout.
Okay, thank you. Lighting. And I raised this before because we are close to the residential neighborhood here, and our PDO lighting standards are less than really wonderful. Can you talk about the lighting that's proposed? I mean,
All right, so the general intent is to have shorter pole lights to light the parking, and we're not thinking that we're going to be over illuminating. It's not in keeping with the USGA's mission to have a very glitzy space. It will be enough to provide security, and the pole fixtures, and I don't know if we want to pull, we've got an image of the village standard fixture that was somewhere towards the end of this, but it's a shorter sort of acorn fixture that has a full cutoff. And we find that when we manage the height, the cutoff plus the shorter pole height helps keep that spread of the light from getting very far from the fixture. So it's just enough to provide the cone of safety on the ground plane that we need without overlighting and blowing out the neighbors and the surroundings. And as far as accent lighting is concerned, there will be some lighting, again, for safety so that you can navigate the building, but this is not going to be a facility that's super glitzy and super lighted to call a lot of attention to itself in the evenings.
Let me just sort of layer maybe a little philosophically into that and experience in New Jersey. So as Brandy's sort of articulating, we're not a shine a bright light on the organization brand. We're pretty under the radar, and I think that influences a lot of the ways that, we present our physical space, our physical assets. So our campus in New Jersey, there's architectural lighting available, which we use rarely when there's an event on campus. But generally, we don't light our buildings at night. We light our sidewalks and our parking simply for safety and security for our staff and our visitors. Beyond that, everything's on timers. So we are in a very much a sensitive residential area in New Jersey as well. We've maintained really good relationships with the neighbors who have expressed similar concerns along the way. So I would say we're very familiar with the issues from an operational perspective and from a good neighbor relation perspective. And we certainly intend to do the same thing here as well.
so what, you said they were on timers. What would the timing be? Would the lights be turned off at night?
Have Rich answer that. He knows for sure.
I apologize, I do not have the specific times. I do not remember them, but it's somewhere around 10 o'clock at night, the lights go out.
And is the sign out on the street lit?
Correct, it's lit, it's also on a timer, and it goes out with the parking lot lights.
Good.
Is there anywhere in the plans that states that the parking lot lights are going to be on lower poles and that the light sources are going to be shielded?
I think the intent is in using the village standard. I don't know that we have this called out
Village standard.
specifically on the drawings yet, but, okay.
I don't know that we even, does the village standard even?
Don't they have to qualify under the dark skies
Yeah.
code?
So, so our exterior lighting standards are based on you get a maximum height of the lighting structure itself, and that is based on if there's a full cutoff or non-cutoff. So it sounds like if you're having a full cutoff, meaning the light is directed, as Randy mentioned, then you can have a higher structure. And then the illumination is based on a maximum permitted average on the entirety of the site. So that is our standard.
We have churches and schools and residential neighborhoods, and there's no cutoff on their lights.
Well, maybe it's an opportunity to do a little better here. And then, will there be any advertising signage? No? Okay. Thank you.
All right. My calculation shows a few issues yet to be fully resolved. That would be the wording here, which I think we see and is generally right, but we might want to think through that. And at least one member has a question about the wording there. So maybe to get our, to make sure we get our I's dotted and our T's crossed completely correctly, the conditions report as amended tonight, some comments and feedback on I think what we were calling overflow parking, and then maybe some more information about how these permeable surfaces might work, to the degree you can explain that a little bit more. I think those are the only, at least in my opinion, the major sort of open items. And I think we can work on those in the next 2 weeks. And my thought, therefore, would be to defer a final decision on this next time, but I think you've given a very complete report to us tonight and answered a lot of questions, and I appreciate that. Now,
I think this is the staff's job to deal with the permeable surface. I don't think it's, I think they're going to work through that. I don't have any questions that our staff is going to do the wrong thing.
I was just hearing comments from the applicant, various folks about some of these new ideas that are coming along and that Alex has even researched that would be, I think, helpful for us to know before making a final decision in case there's something we want to recommend. But it's up to the council. Judy?
The way this reads, this has to happen on or before they get their CO.
Yeah, I don't
We have
see any
miles to
problems.
go. And I think, we understand and either we're sympathetic to or we're not in terms of an alternative parking service. And that, yes, there is a conflict between the PDO and the Engineering Standards Manual, but we think and generally we agree with their approach.
In our best interest.
Yeah.
For them. But my only is having a clear copy of the conditions to read, and I could do a motion. But I'm a little, I know about, we added the 25-year storm drain, but I thought Jane just got added another condition on the 35 feet, but I'm not sure.
35 feet.
I'm not sure if that occurred. Did that occur?
Yes, I think
Did
that
that
was.
occur? Because it has to be
Actually,
mutually agreed
36.
upon.
Yeah.
So they agree, but does
Okay.
it have to occur? It would be my question.
I guess that I was kind of wondering the same question,
does it
going
have to
back to
occur?
this, the idea that, the site-specific plan becomes part of the zoning.
So,
Is
yeah,
the
I don't see
building
why it's
height
needed.
depicted on the site-specific plan.
Yeah, if you're addressing the issue of the height now.
Yeah,
height, yeah.
adding the condition.
If it is, we don't need to add a condition, because it's already,
It's only conceptual.
And with that, Jeff, if there is a general concept plan approved with the conditional district rezoning, yes, it is itself part of that approval, meaning it has to meet those requirements. There are certain provisions in our PDO that, can be minor modifications to that staff can allow. And as far as building height or footprint, it's capped at 10%. So the most of a minor
but the
modification.
site-specific plan, for example, depicted a building height of 35 feet, then it would be up to staff could approve up to 38 and a half feet.
Correct, and that's it, without it having to go back through this entire process.
And actually, if I may point out, on sheet L-2.0, we actually, in the zoning information, specified the maximum building height at 35 feet,
There you go.
because we knew that It wasn't going to be an issue in this
Yeah.
case.
So there
So
there
it's
you are.
it's specified on sheet L-2.0,
Which is part of your plan.
which is
And
part of the
I-
general concept plan.
And the only other change is Jane eliminating may, which I agree.
And they said they would put will
Six,
in there.
And it's just reading a clear copy of the conditions, and I could put a motion together, but I want to do it as a team, but.
I don't understand about the special events.
So I'll comment on that. There's a championship team here that runs these special events called the US Open and the Senior Women's Open and the Junior Amateur. I mean, if that's what special events means to you, then, maybe we can call it the championship or some other word, but that's, I think, what special events means to them, Jane.
That's,
I
that's
guess-
correct, just to confirm.
Well, what does that mean in terms of, excuse me, what does that mean in terms of parking requirements?
Well,
They're the employees. They're the employees that are there. All the folks that work upstairs above the Villager Deli are working on various championships, and they're not always there. They're out of town 6 weeks ahead of whatever event they're working. So these are part of those 50 people, 60 people that are going to be in that building on the second floor. And that's their terminology. And so I think we just need to get,
and I think just to revisit where we are here and why we're where we are with this language, we developed this language, this proposed language, to overcome a concern that the initial proposed conditions were too general and allowed the possibility for this property to be used in other ways in the future than was being proposed by the USGA. And so we crafted some language that we thought fit the bill. But what we've heard now back from the applicant is that they also need these other terms included in the definition because it's part of what they intend to do. And
In their mission.
What they do.
all
It's
those
in their
things that
mission.
we had, and I think we have already had a pretty lengthy discussion about what parking would be associated with events. We talked about these after-hours events, museum socials, different things, and the fact that, for the most part, there would not be a parking impact because either A, the staff wouldn't be there, or B, if the event was so large that even the staff's parking wasn't enough, you still had the resort's parking in the adjacent lot because it's off-cycle to their peak demand.
Well, I believe it's,
We did have that conversation, I guess is what I'm saying.
I believe it's different than that. Everyone has the right to have an event on their lawn,
Yeah.
I mean, I really don't see what
No,
we're
no,
talking
no,
about.
no. We're
yes.
We're talking,
So I really think it's a moot point. It's just a matter of procedurally how to get this done is what all I need.
Well, also tying into what Jeff just said, John, you mentioned overflow parking, and I too thought that we addressed,
Oh, we did too.
I thought
so
we
yeah, when
addressed
John
that.
said overflow parking, I thought we had resolved that.
Okay. All right.
but we talked about special events such as book readings and
It's
various-
educational.
at the museum. This is at the office, the
Right, but that's-
administrative
that's
office.
their
So
job.
administrative office,
Jane, what I'm trying to explain to you is that that's their job. A special event is the job of that USGA employee. They're helping to set up and figure out how everything is going to run for the US
Okay,
Open
so-
that's held in
so
whatever
can we
city.
say administering special events as opposed to?
No,
Oh, they have special events.
this,
This is what they do.
there's a wide range of those. But the dominant ones are the major tournaments that they run.
When you were looking at this wording, was special the best word, or did you have other ideas that you yourselves were considering?
It's
Just a question.
It's a term that's defined in the PDO of
Okay.
what special events are, and we were utilizing the term that's in the PDO for what special events may be.
Okay.
It is defined?
Yes, it is.
What does it say?
Alex?
Alex will read.
He's got it right in his
Dramatic
hand
reading
there.
forthcoming.
This should be
He's-
great.
He's fully armed tonight. Alex has got it all right there.
It may take me just a second.
while Alex is doing that, what I'm hearing then is that overflow parking is not an outstanding issue to at least the consensus of the council. And you don't feel that any further information on these permeable surfaces and more knowledge about that would be helpful?
I think
to
we're going to
guide
get
it?
it from our staff, and I think Alex is going to share all that knowledge with
Okay.
us.
I don't know that I mean, ultimately, I think what you're interested in is what's it going to look like. I don't think they're going to know what it's going to look like
In 2 weeks.
in time to make this approval.
Okay, all right. Alex, please?
And I need, Bob, if I could, where were you referencing definition for?
From the definitions.
For special events? Okay, I'm not seeing it clearly called out, but now, of course, we can make some solid interpretations.
I thought there was a definition in the back.
Well, it is a conditional agreement. We could define it right here if we wanted, but I don't know that that's necessary if we got it in the PDO, so we'll leave it that way.
And on the permeable, surface, we have looked at it. Darren and I met with Bob, and we saw some products and some applications of it. And I think it does allow for greater latitude in design than just and it sounds like council, concurred from just straight blacktop there on the site. But after, further investigation, I think based on what our engineering standards manual states, what the state's BMP manual states, I think staff technical review committee, which is a multidisciplinary team, I think we feel strongly that based on what is prepared by a licensed professional is going to present to us, and we can review, we can make a call on that.
Can I ask
Okay.
just a procedural question? Because I'm looking at I need to ask this question. Ordinance 21-11, does the clerk have 21-11 modified with all these modifications?
No, you would have to call attention to the modifications.
I'm trying to understand procedurally.
I mean,
We just have to read this language, right?
Yeah, that's the only challenge
Tedious.
that I'm seeing, or I'd like to do it right now.
Well, we can do it. It's right
You know,
here.
We can do it. We can do it if you want, yeah.
Yeah.
But let's get the definition if it's there. Not seeing it.
I'm not finding it.
Okay.
Can we change the wording?
And you're the master at this, Judy. I hate to lean on you.
Well, wait, let's make sure we have this wording thing settled correct. We may or may not have an exact definition in our PDO of the special events, but I think we understand what's intended by that in this particular case. All right, so I'm comfortable that that word is okay, and I think we have a general consensus that word works. Is that correct?
Yes.
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 Yeah.
I'm trying to lean on Judy a little
All
bit
right.
here.
Yeah, I mean,
So I think what is, I'm realizing here is that there is a consensus of the council members to react to a motion, and we can vote accordingly. Is there a motion to make?
John, and the only thing we're changing other than what we have is we're changing in number 6, may to will. Okay.
yes.
Well,
Changes to what's in front of us,
you
yeah.
have to
Yes.
name all the changes, though.
You'd have to craft actual language to this 25-year storm requirement.
Do we have one from the lodge? Do we have the language from the lodge?
I mean, it's not that hard, but
Well, this is my point in trying to get the i's dotted and the t's
I
crossed.
think you're right, but I think it could be done before the end of our meeting. It might not could be done.
Or if you wanted to empower the mayor to not sign anything until this condition report has been reviewed with the changes.
Yeah,
I'd
I'm
say
trying to
let's-
figure out a creative way to get through this.
I think we can do this on the fly. And
You can incorporate this by reference, and,
we can just read these words, too. Yeah, either way, you're right.
I mean, they're shorter to do it that way, and add that language.
how does this sound with regard to the 25-year requirement? Stormwater will be managed to a 25-year storm event standard on site.
Thank you. Short and
Would
sweet.
you repeat that, Jeff?
Stormwater will be managed to a 25-year storm event standard on site. Is that okay, Alex?
Will be, yeah, it will be managed on site to a 25-year storm event.
Is that okay, Tim?
Yeah, so typically, so your current standard is the 10-year storm event for the pre-post.
Yeah.
So if you could use the 25-year storm event for the pre-development, post-development runoff. That,
You would prefer to specify
Mike.
pre and post in that verbiage, is what you're saying?
And I'm looking at Mike Apke, a
Yeah,
village
that's
employee
Mike-
who's.
Maybe we should have Mike Apke draft some
Mike,
language.
will you give us the wording?
Come on,
No, he-
Mike, I need some support.
You
That's
know-
only, no,
you know,
Get this
why
thing
don't-
done.
On up to the whiteboard.
If it helps, we're looking up the
Mayor-
ordinance
Get
language
this
from the
wrapped up.
hang on,
resort to
hang on,
lodge.
please. Just one second. Council member?
Let me suggest, we've got a lot of moving parts here. We've got some changes that were just proposed tonight. Why don't we take the time to put it together so that we're comfortable, we know what we're doing? I mean, we're asking Alex and Mike to try and draft something on the spot here and look up these definitions that nobody can quite find and so forth. Why don't we just do it properly?
We only have two changes,
Yeah.
May
But,
and
you know,
25-year storm, so
There's-
I really
I
don't.
think it's a benign change. And I think
benign,
we.
and I agree with the changes.
Yeah, I don't think we object to the change. And I think there's consensus to move this forward. And
That's what I'm hearing. So I think we're going to have to work out the wording here right now.
I'd rather we did it properly.
Excuse me?
I'd rather we took our time.
I understand
And made
that.
sure that we were comfortable with it.
Yeah, I'm going to make an attempt at it if you don't. I think it'd be better if you did it.
I'll try it then, Kevin.
Well, did we have Alex or
I
maybe
need
even
the-
Mike?
I need the Mike Apke memorial wording.
Well, we just looked up the language from
Lodge.
the lodge, and it was basically in
Right.
line with Jeff's. Now, if the applicant would like to have it specified a little bit clearer that, the pre and post will meet the 25-year storm requirement, then that's easy.
Write something down.
Yeah, because we've got to read it.
I need it
I
written
think,
down.
I think the way that
We call him Mr. Mike Apke, please. Would you give us your serious definition here? What do you want us to know?
Sure. I think the way that it's worded in the engineering standards manual is that post-development runoff shall not exceed pre-development runoff. Currently, it says for a 10-year storm event. So I would simply change that language in the engineering standards manual to say
Yep.
post-development runoff shall not exceed pre-development runoff for a 25-year storm event. Does that sound good, Tim?
As the applicant
And I
generally and
see.
agreable, then with that, I'm
Yes.
saying yes. Thank you.
25-year storm.
All right.
And will this be item number 11?
Mike, you want to say that one more time? Please? And
If I can
you
say it
d-
again correctly. Post-development runoff shall not exceed pre-development runoff. I don't know if it says for or during, but for a 25-year storm event.
Okay, I got it.
So you want to give
All
us
right.
to Judy?
Thank you, Jeff. Thanks to the village clerk, too, who's helping. Alex, was there another, did we have another question for you on the definition? Did we ever find that, or we didn't find that, the definition of special events?
Apparently, it's not in the text
Yeah,
that I
let's do
have,
that.
but was able to find it on the online version, the American legal version of our PDO. Special event is defined as any activity or circumstance of a business or organization which is not part of its daily activities. Such activities may include, but are not limited to.
I'm not good with
Pretty
that.
much what we thought it was.
Well, then do we need to change? Do you have a different wording to propose?
I guess my question would be, do we need to propose something different, or special events
Well,
acceptable?
I mean, if the special events doesn't refer to your championship group and it refers to something else, we just need to understand that.
You say championship-related
You've
special
got
events?
special events related to the golf industry.
Those things, yeah, right?
Too limiting.
We're saying special events related to the golf industry, so,
I think that solves it
yeah.
there.
Well, that's very
What
broad.
is it? What is it? Is it a party?
It's a group of people.
Could be a fundraiser for the first tee. You wouldn't want to stop them from doing that. You know,
But I think the focus of this is on the staff, right? That's being housed, educational, I mean,
That's in
or
there.
are you really, are all these adjectives of the special events?
Limited
Exactly.
personal Research, education.
To the extent it's an,
The use is defined as limited to professional, administrative, research, educational, philanthropic, and technical services and activities and special events related to the golf industry.
I mean, yeah, that defines the special
I
events.
don't know that you can improve on that without
In many,
writing.
yeah.
I think you're right, Jeff. I think that's, yeah, whether we have it
coming from
defined or
your
not, it's for this particular conditional approval, that's pretty well defined.
I'd like to say all related to the golf industry, so that it's clear that not just the special events are related to the golf industry.
Can I ask what you're worried about?
Yeah, really,
'Cause
Jane.
I'm very
What's the
confused.
boogeyman here?
I'm sorry, Judy, you were, Jane is
So I
suggesting
think
just
I
add
think
the words all after events and before related.
Well, I think if you said I think the way it reads is right. And special events related to the golf industry. So everything, education, research, all that's related to the golf industry.
I want to see the all in there,
Why?
because otherwise it can be read that the phrase related to the golf industry only modifies special events.
That change be acceptable to the applicant? The assertion of the word all?
At the beginning, though, it does say golf office. You know, I think if I were reading that, I think I would apply that
I
to be
understand.
related to golf services too for those administrative.
What if we take out the "and" between services and activities, and this is defined as limited to professional, administrative, research, educational, philanthropic, and technical services, activities, and special events related to the golf industry? So
Or
just
just
take
say
out the
services, comma, activities,
he
and
says
special
comma.
events.
To do it with a comma.
Eliminate two ands and add commas, that's really all
You
we're
need, you
doing.
need an "and,"
Yeah.
but services, comma, activities, comma, and special events related
So
to the
all
golf
is
industry.
especially nice, I'm just going to say.
Because all of those,
May.
all of those are related to the golf industry, right?
Why don't you
Well,
just put the
it
word
doesn't-
"each" in before related to the golf industries?
Or each, yep, instead of all,
Either one.
yep.
Each related?
Because they're all different.
The applicant has
I'm
offered
good
up
with
the word
each.
each instead of all. I think I'm happy with that. The applicant's happy with that.
So John, were
Council
you
agreeable
taking
to
out the
that?
"and" between services and activities? Okay,
Yes,
so services,
correct.
comma, activities, comma, and special events, each related to the golf industry? Okay.
Especially, is there a oh, wait a second, where,
Services, comma, activities, and special events, each related to the golf industry.
Now, one person. Judy, I think you have it down based on Lydia's input. Do you want Lydia to repeat that, or do you want to repeat it for the record?
Did I not just repeat it?
Would you?
Yeah, I thought you just repeated it.
I'm lost now.
I
you're
had
not
a
gonna be
comma
when-
after
when-
activities.
Ands
Go
and the
ahead.
commas
Would you-
and the,
So Jeff, you're going to have this for the record. The village clerk's got it. Go ahead, Judy.
So this sentence in question, this use is defined as limited to professional, administrative, research, educational, philanthropic, and technical services, comma, activities, and special events, each related to the golf industry.
no,
Oh, no, she took it out.
because then it looks like, again, that the related to the golf industry
Everything that she just read.
isn't
Separated by commas.
addressing the
Okay.
items at the beginning.
Judy, when you read it, did you have the word each or not?
I did have the word each.
That's what I thought.
So
All
here's,
right.
here's.
Is that wording acceptable to the council?
Yes,
No.
yes.
All right.
No,
Is that wording acceptable to the applicant?
no, it is not. It is,
I hear you, Jane, I hear you.
May
But we
we
have
vote
other
on
members of the
this?
council to comment on this.
let
I'm
me,
now asking the applicant, is that wording that you just heard acceptable to you? And we'll read it back.
How about if we said "each of which"?
I'm looking.
Each of
here's
which
another idea.
is related.
Here's another idea.
Okay, just a minute, please, just a minute, please. So the idea is that each of which is being proposed by the attorney for the applicant. Is that correct?
I'm adding
The
the
attorney- And the
verb.
applicant's acceptable with that. Is that right?
Yes.
I'm
Judy,
going
do
to
you
add the
have that?
verb is, each of which is related to
Yeah.
the golf
All right.
industry.
Love it.
Council, is the council agreeable to that?
Yes.
Jane, you object to it, I understand that, but I think we have a
Let
consent.
me offer my alternative.
Got to be mutually
One chance.
agreeable.
Please, go ahead.
To put the related to the golf industry at the beginning, so that it's clear that everything that follows is related to the golf industry.
We did with the change.
So this use is defined as office uses related to the golf industry and limited to.
I'd like,
I think that's making it a little more complicated, Jane, I have to say.
might say
Yeah.
something different.
So
All right. Okay. We have a wording that's been recommended. I'm seeing 4 council members that agree to that. The applicant has agreed to that, and I believe that's where we're headed on that wording then. All right? And I'll take a vote.
can I hear it again?
Yes, please?
When I make the motion?
Judy?
No.
Yeah, let him make the motion, then you'll hear it all.
I'll read this sentence again. This use is defined as limited to professional, administrative, research, educational, philanthropic, and technical services, comma, and activities and,
Take that first
I'm
hand
sorry,
out.
services, comma, activities and special events, each of which is related to the golf industry.
Very good.
I think
Very
that's very defined, very well understood. All right,
So now we have to read them all as part of the motion?
Well, just the ones that are changing, right?
okay. Now,
Is that correct?
Just refer to what you're modifying.
Okay.
Yeah.
I believe between the village manager and the mayor pro tem, we have an ability to make a motion. Is that correct? With the up-to-date wording? And
Yeah,
who's going to?
I'm sure Judy's already tracking this, but I think you'd want to reference the fact that you're modifying the applicant's
Yes.
revised conditions dated 7/27.
Is there a motion?
Right. Okay, I'll give this a shot.
Now, hang on, I think,
think I need to make it,
presumed
yeah.
that Judy was going to read
Yeah.
that, so.
Okay.
Okay,
What-
no, that's fine.
So I'm going to insert the specific changes right after that first paragraph of the motion. Okay. All right, here we go. I move to approve ordinance 21-11, USGA conditional rezoning in the general concept plan, amending the official zoning map for a conditional district zoning of a portion of a parcel of land currently zoned RD, Recreation Development District, and H, Hotel District, to VMU-CD, Village Mixed Use Conditional District, with these modifications to the types as stated in the modified conditions. Number 1, table of uses. Add golf-related research, development, and testing as an allowed use within the VMU-CD. 2, table of uses. Add golf office as an allowed use within the VMU-CD. This use is defined as limited to professional, administrative, research, educational, philanthropic, and technical services, activities, and special events, each of which is related to the golf industry. Type 6 sidewalk. In lieu of installing a sidewalk along the frontage of Cherokee Road, the applicant, Little 1, will provide a 5-foot wide sidewalk easement, the terms of which shall allow for compliance with the current sidewalk requirements of the PDO, and Little 2, on or before the date of issuance of the first certificate of occupancy for the USGA Golf House, make a payment to the Village of Pinehurst in the amount of 125% of engineer's estimate of construction cost in lieu of construction of the sidewalk. Number 10, the only uses permitted are golf, research, development, and testing as identified in Condition 1, golf offices as identified in Condition 2, a golf museum, welcome center as identified in Condition 3. 11, post-development runoff shall not exceed pre-development runoff for a 25-year storm event. And,
I second that motion.
wait, I got to say more. I move that the proposed zoning map amendment is consistent with the future land use map and goals outlined in the 2019 comprehensive plan as referenced in the memorandum dated July 22nd from Darren Burrich, Planning and Inspection Director. The amendment is considered reasonable and in the best interest of the public as it supports the golf and tourism industry and helps maintain Pinehurst identity as a premier golf and hospitality destination.
Okay, now,
There is a motion. Is there a second?
second.
Is there any discussion by council? Is there any comment from the applicant?
Yes, on the condition for the 25-year storm, the pre-post, I'm not sure that Judy included that in the motion. Is that included?
Yes, I
in the
said
motion?
post-development runoff shall not exceed pre-development runoff for a 25-year storm event. Per Mike
They're
Apke.
nodding. All right. There's a motion been made. It's been seconded. There's, discussion is complete. Does this village manager have a comment? Do I hear? No. All right. All in favor of the motion as made, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. This hearing is, yes.
Thank
Mr.
you
Mayor.
very much.
Welcome to Pinehurst. Good to see you, Rand.
It's going to be a stunning building. I think it'll meet some of the requirements for the Cathedral of Golf for these first anchor sites. Thank you so much.
We greatly appreciate all of your support, your time this evening, your thoughtfulness throughout this process, and we're thrilled to be your new neighbors.
We're thrilled to have you.
To have you.
Yeah, I'm thrilled to have you as neighbor.
All right. Now, council, officially, we need to take a quick break. However, when we come back, we will then open another public hearing and do hearing number 2 and carry on with the rest of the agenda. We'll take a break till 10 minutes after 8 o'clock. It's 1 minute after right now. Thank you very much. All right, we'll call the regular meeting of July 27th, 2021 back to order. And the next order of business would be a motion to recess the regular meeting and enter a public hearing. Is there a motion, please?
I move to recess the regular meeting and enter into a public hearing.
A motion by Judy Davis. Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Lydia Bosch. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Mr. Village Manager, should we go back to Mr. Cameron?
Yeah, let's go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead, Alex.
With
I think
respect
everybody's
to-
familiar with what this topic's about, so.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you, and this is staff's punishment for not getting this agenda item before council sooner than other bigger agenda items that have come through.
Better other night.
So this public hearing is to consider a series of proposed changes to the Pinehurst Development Ordinance to implement required statutory changes relative to Chapter 160D. This is the new land development regulation statute for the state of North Carolina, and this is not a new endeavor. It was first introduced in 2014 or 2015. It would hang around, and then it would get put on the back burner, and that process played out for a little while. The intent of the statute was to consolidate the city and county enabling statutes as they were previously located in different sections, 153A and 160A respectively. After the legislation was passed, it was implemented in 2019 with an opportunity for a delayed effective date of July 1st of this year, so just earlier from this month. And a lot of that was to make accommodations for the COVID-19 pandemic, as a lot of jurisdictions are not as sophisticated as we are and as lucky to have comprehensive plans. So there was a lot of work that had to be done. And of course, the fine folks with the UNC School of Government and North Carolina municipalities have been a tremendous resource to helping jurisdictions across the state of North Carolina understand it and come into compliance. For us, really what it means is, here's our applicable sections that we're proposing revisions to, is included in the council agenda packet. Change all references from 160A to the correct 160D statute. With 160D, there are new conflicts of interest for everybody, every decision-making body in the state of North Carolina on land use development, staff, the governing board, and the advisory boards. Previously, they were only in for those making quasi-judicial decisions. The types of public hearings are clarified and defined now, the difference between quasi-judicial and legislative, and the required notices for each. Modified vested rights, or slash, it's also referred to as permit choice language, to now be consistent with the statutory. Most of those changes were for multi-phase projects, site-specific vesting plans, such as the general concept plan, like was just previously approved, and the duration. There's also an included section on standing, which has been, vetted through many case law, and the statutes now have a definition, so we've lifted that into these proposed revisions. Development agreements, this is something we haven't been exercising as often, but we've just recently entered into one, or are going to enter into one. So this lays out the process. So this is also educational for not just us, but those who may want to embark on that within the village. Also, there is a new standard for variances, and that is to have accommodation for those with disabilities. One big topic that is a lot of changes throughout and sporadic and within the PDO are the changes of references from historic guidelines to standards. So 160D now refers to these as development standards. And really, they have been a standard all along, but the term
Agree with that
guidelines have
change.
been used.
Right, exactly.
Subdivisions, now staff has to expedite review for minor subdivisions, so we made sure we put that in there. And there's also been a new exemption for settling estates that are needed for divisions of land. Removing existing regulations that are no longer enforceable. There's been quite a few of those in the past 4 years. And definitions now, we're just going to codify those that are in 160D, and some new modifications so we can have some consistencies with the North Carolina Building Code, which was last amended in 2018. The Planning and Zoning Board, of course, held their public hearing the same night as the the previous public hearing on July 1st, they unanimously voted to recommend approval. We have been providing them with updates along the way. Of course, action with Village Council is no different than any other legislative decision before you after holding the public hearing, considering staff recommendation, planning and zoning board recommendation, and any comments made from the public. You can approve by ordinance, make any necessary revisions as needed, and adopt the statement of consistency. No statement of reasonableness is needed with text amendments, only map amendments. You could deny the text amendments, or if you need more information, we can certainly look into that. Staff, of course, recommends that the Village Council approve the proposed text amendments and adopt the statement of consistency provided. Although our 2019 comprehensive plan doesn't say you must come in line with Chapter 160D, it is being consistent with state law would seem to be reasonable and would be providing consistency and for the users of the document, so that would be consistent. And not to be brief, but that mainly concludes staff presentation on this item. Obviously, if there's questions, clarifications needed, we've attended workshops, and I would be remiss if I didn't thank Kathy Lyles for doing a lot of the heavy lifting for this particular item. And, I wish you were here to be able to answer any questions, but, she really has done the bulk of this work.
Acting like
Thank you for that.
Acting like we have an option, this is state requirement. You're reading like we have an option.
And that's just the legislative process. Now, our PDO didn't turn into a pumpkin come July 1st.
Yeah.
But, so statute always rules, but it's
Yeah,
going to help
statute always rules.
us, yourselves, future applicants, future staff members, so we don't have a mistake.
I would ask, Alex and Jeff, maybe you comment too, what do you feel are going to be the most difficult parts of the, difficult aspects of this to enact or follow or for our village? What are the most difficult ones to handle?
For me, and they can also be a contentious, is vested rights.
Vesting rights, okay, yeah, which is a new term, actually, yeah. Okay.
So if for say, there's a vesting, let's say something stalls with a proposal like you just reviewed and acted on, and we get to 3 years, we get to 4 years, we get close to 5, and something's not occurred, then we're going to pull your approval now. Then attorneys get involved. So sometimes vesting has been it's not as clear cut as, hey, you had 5 years to get going and you didn't secure any development approval, so it's completely kaput. But that and permit choice, if there's a change, as we know, legislation changes, and it can change, with each session. There could be changes to 160D that are under consideration right now. So if permit choice, which is included in the vested rights section, it's timing, it's making sure our record's tight, that we know, we set calendar reminders, we know when things are going to sunset, and keep up and administer it. So honestly, that's probably the toughest. The rest of it, we were kind of ahead of the curve on some of this. We were doing it without maybe having clear express authority, and now it's just there that we can, like administrative modifications. So I think vesting has always been a tougher item.
Alex, about how much time, I did a little homework over the weekend, and I was wondering how much time it took staff, your time, Kathy's time, Darren's time, to do the amendments that you've had to propose, that you're proposing to us. I mean, this looked like an enormous task.
Going cover to cover, it just the cross-referencing for these amendments was the most monumentous task. I mean, we're getting in sections of the PDO that we haven't been in years, or maybe some of us never even needed to go look. It's a lot of searching. Preparing the agenda item last week, I realized there were some other areas that we needed to include, really relative to the historic standards versus guidelines. So, I mean, I can't quantify it for you, but it's been an overhaul. But again, it's something we have known about for a while. So we could work a little bit, put it aside, come back to it a little bit later. And, we all hope, if there was going to be a positive side to the COVID-19 pandemic, in March of last year, that we can start really getting to work on these housekeeping items we need to do. And unfortunately, it took us till now to get the
Started
agenda item
last year, and
before
it's
you.
taken you till now to do this?
Off and on, there's other items and as we needed to address now, the day-to-day on top of everything. And I mean, this council's been, you're well aware of, the work and what you guys have been doing with direction you've been giving and items that we need to address. And, we would work on it here and there because we could use Kathy, at inconsistent times and bring it back up when we would work on other items, like one of the items that's, slated for discussion on the work session. So, I mean, it really, I attended a workshop in January of 2020, and since then, we have, I would say, bi-weekly been working on this.
And you're right, I did hear in the presentation that I watched that they are looking at other substantial changes to this, which will mean substantial changes at the staff level.
Yeah.
Which is depressing.
Any comments from the public?
That will happen every session,
Yeah.
forever.
Jeff, from your perspective, I mean,
Yeah, I think going along lines with what you just heard, the hard part is getting it done. I don't think anything that's changed is, I think presents any kind of a significant challenge for us. It's just the application of slightly different standards and procedures. I don't think that implementation and using these standards, I don't think is hard. It was getting it done.
just taking the subject of vesting that you mentioned is maybe the most complicated and difficult. It seems to me maybe we need to spend a little time on that in a work session, both ourselves and the Planning and Zoning Commission. They'll want to be aware of these things. They can certainly read it, but you might have commentary for them at some point as well as the council.
It wouldn't hurt. At the end of the day, it is going to be, staff's job to administer that. So it's really, I mean, as educational, of course, it couldn't hurt either, the governing board or the advisory boards to know it. But at the end of the day, it's really going to be staff's job to really know and be intimately familiar with that.
Sure. Okay.
Some of this really, from the standpoint of usability, is actually helpful. Some of what's happened here is there's been a clarification in what the general statute said, so it's not all bad.
Yeah. We are in a public hearing, and we have one gentleman who has signed up to speak. And at this point, I would call on Mr. Bill Colmer, whom I believe is in the room, to make his public comment.
Thanks for your patience.
He knows this stuff well.
Oh, it's okay, I had a great nap. I am Bill Colmer. I live at 34 Pomeroy Drive here in Pinehurst, and I appreciate the opportunity to comment. I have spent some considerable time reading these changes and looking at the old PDO and the new PDO, and it took quite a while, not nearly as long as it took the staff to make the changes, though I understand that. And I'm struck by one really overarching view, is that, first of all, let me just preface this by saying that I think one of the 2 or 3 most important jobs any municipal government has is the management and the direction of the land use within its borders, and in our case also the ETJ, the extraterritorial jurisdictions. So anything that impacts on your ability to do that, I think, needs serious consideration. And I believe, unfortunately, that the overarching change here embodied in all of these various changes, and as I just heard, there may be more in the offing, have served or serve to restrict the ability of you and the Planning and Zoning Board and the Board of Adjustment to effectively manage land use within Pinehurst and its ETJ. And in fact, shifts the balance away from the municipal government into the developer's hands. It makes it more and more difficult for you to object to a development. These vesting, one of the examples is the vesting provisions. There are two other provisions I just want to highlight. First of all, is that one of them is the conflict of interest, and the other is the definition of judicial and legislative approaches. If you read, as I was reading the provisions on the conflicts of interest, I was struck by the fact that it prohibits any board member, that is Planning and Zoning Board, Board of Adjustments, or the Village Council, it prevents any member from voting who has, and see if I get this right, if the action might have some significant impact, financial or otherwise, on that person. Well, that sounds good if you say it fast and don't think about it. But if you think about it for a minute, that says that, wait a minute, if there was some ridiculously terrible idea that was proposed for the village green or for the historical district, then any member of the board who happened to live in the historical district couldn't vote on that. They couldn't vote yea or nay. Now, what this means is then that if you extend this, it means that for any action, any development, or any other proposal that comes before, the people who are most likely to understand the true impact of any decision can't vote. They've been disenfranchised because they may be significantly impacted. If you then, that's kind of, to me, that's kind of a problem. And the other problem arises when you kind of look at the way that judicial, some decisions have to be handled in a quasi-judicial manner, and some can be handled as a legislative manner. In fact, what we're doing now is being handled in a legislative manner. But according to these new changes, that the preponderance, it appears, as I was reading this, preponderance of decisions are now being forced into the quasi-judicial arena. And little is being left to legislative. And the problem with that is, when you get into you have the rules of evidence that apply, you've got to have standing, and the definitions of standing are also quite limiting. As far as, just regular people saying, gee, I didn't like this, and now you have to come before you with evidence and such. So the bottom line to all of this is as I read these was, and I know you guys didn't have anything to do with this, that this was passed by the legislature, but that it has made your job and the job of the Planning and Zoning Board and the Board of Adjustments much more difficult, especially when it comes to looking at developments proposed. So, I read all this and I had an idea, which you may or may not like, that instead of trying to go line by line, word by word, and spend inordinate amounts of time and effort to try to codify each and every possible change today and in the future, that perhaps just at the beginning of our PDO, we ought to say something like, if there's a conflict between the provisions of this ordinance and NC 160D, then 160D is operable and rules. And that would allow, I think, then the boards and the council to decide if and when a conflict did exist and what to do about it. Because right now, we're just kind of stuck. And so, in my opinion, all we're allowed to do now is just stand by and watch while developer after developer paves paradise and puts up parking lots. So anyway, I thank you for your listening, and that's my
I
opinion.
think they're good comments. I mean,
Great
we just
comments.
got back from training from UNC School of Government on what conflict of interest is, and now it's changed. We just got trained on it a year and a half ago. So, I mean, it's very confusing.
Well, and
The standard is still the same, it just applies to.
all types of decisions.
Oh, so, okay. So
And-
it's not as he described? then?
In a way, but it's a little bit more precise than the remarks there. It's like the financial impact's got to be readily identifiable.
Financial.
And there's a lot of case
That's a
law
little
out there
different then.
on what meets that type of threshold. So it's actually it's a high bar to get over. So it's like, for example, a council member was concerned that they might need to disqualify themselves from voting because they're concerned that something's going to happen down the street. It's actually a high bar to get over to actually meet that standard to require recusal.
I remember not this past one, but the one Judy and I went to together. They used the analogy that, the mayor sometime owns the feed store. And he pretty much benefits from everything that happens in that little small town. And so he's in conflict of interest of everything, but maybe not at that standard. That was the analogy that I heard.
And it would preclude a board member, per se, from voting on the matter. That doesn't mean that the council itself couldn't. If one board member had a real or perceived conflict of interest, how I teach, our advisory boards is, if there's even a perceived conflict of interest, just step back, be on the up and up, And I think you are all, and we are fortunate enough to have very intelligent people who can figure out when something just doesn't feel right. Listen to that voice or consult staff if you need to. And at the end of the day, if a quorum has a conflict of interest, then yeah, you might be stuck. But other than that, you need to recuse yourself.
Alex, what happened to our duty to vote?
Excuse me?
What happened to
Duty
our
to vote,
duty to
yeah.
vote? That's one thing that was hammered in when we were in training, is we have a duty to vote.
Still there.
Still, I think,
So how did the duty to vote and conflict of interest reconcile themselves?
Still the same, you still have the duty to vote unless you get over that high bar.
and your duty to vote is therefore, as you've said, it's defined by the bar. If you can get over the bar, you don't vote, just to take this hypothetically. So,
We're going to have to take this case by case. If the conflict of interest has changed, we're really going to have to take this case by case.
Only when there's a
Well-
conflict of
It
interest.
just applies to more types of situations.
Okay. Like I said,
So-
case by case is going forward.
Thank you, Jeff. It just extends beyond the council.
oh, yes, staff
And the more
now.
things that you're involved in, because previously I think it was just quasi-judicial, just land use decisions.
Also
Yeah.
legislative. Mhm.
No, there were different standards for each different type of application that came before us. And sometimes if your sister was the applicant, you had to disqualify yourself. In other cases, no, you could still vote, but if, you were a partner in the thing, then, it was all different, standards were all different for each one.
Well, we don't have, Mr. Comer is suggesting that we shouldn't make all these changes to the PDO, I think, and just put a statement at the front that if there's a conflict, we'll work on it as it comes along. I mean, that's, but my understanding is we
Already
need,
suffer from a lot of confusion about language in our PDO that
Right.
we can't enforce, and
Right.
this would just compound that.
right, so,
I agree with them. I think we'd open us to
Right.
lawsuits.
so we're in a public hearing.
I do agree.
We've had a comment. We've asked a question to staff, and the comment's been made. So we can move out of the
I move to adjourn the
Thank
public
you.
hearing and re-enter the regular meeting.
Second that.
motion to move. Second by Kevin Drum. All in favor of the motion to move from the hearing and back into the regular meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. The motion carries. Is there a motion to approve the 160D amendments? Number 10.
I want someone else to do it.
This is easy. I move to approve ordinance 21-12, NCGS Chapter 160D, amending the Pinehurst Development Ordinance, PDO. I move that the proposed amendments are consistent with the 2019 Comprehensive Plan by providing consistency and compliance with the NC General Statutes, Chapter 160D.
There's a motion by Judy Davis. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Lydia Bosch. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion to adopt 160D amendments is made and carried. We'll move on into the next agenda item. Is there any other business to come before the regular meeting from a council member or staff? Seeing none, are there any comments from attendees?
One thing,
Sir?
I handed the city manager.
The village manager.
The village manager, I apologize, a document with an organization that identifies the outstanding volunteers of the state. And I handed it to Jeff, and there was a recommendation that our winner each year, we should apply to give them additional recognition. We don't even know who the organization is at this point, but I got it through one of my governmental emails, so I think it's somebody.
This is for Volunteer of the Year.
Yeah,
you know,
state.
Resident Volunteer of the Year.
Our
which-
champion, we might as well
Right.
submit them.
Nominate them onto the state.
I need approval from council, but, I thought it was more of an administrative matter.
I think we're,
Inform you.
I don't see any
It's a
reason
way
not to,
Give our volunteer of the
Thank
year.
you. That's
Correct.
nice.
More credibility.
I don't see any reason not to,
Sorry.
no, that's fine, that's fine, that's good, under other business. We'll assume the village manager and staff will take that into effect. We have about a year before we do that.
Kelly, did you say we had a public comment that you gave to Jen?
Emailed to us, so.
Oh, there was earlier, yeah, but that's just for circulation. We don't bring it to the meeting as we decided earlier in the year with our policies. I'm not seeing any comments from attendees. So is there a motion to adjourn the regular meeting and move to the work session?
Move to adjourn the regular meeting.
Motion by Kevin Drum. Is there a second?
Second?
A second by Judy Davis. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We'll now end the regular meeting and move into our work session.